Okay. Okay, I should be live. All right. Can anybody hear me now? Welcome, welcome. It is David, or it's just close my name. This is Weather United. Welcome to the channel. It's an honor that you all are here, and we're gonna get started. I just want to make sure you all could actually hear me, and the stream is going through successfully. All right. As soon as there's confirmation, we will get started. So, what's up, Weather Kid 6? So, I've decided that it's a good idea to live stream this afternoon, and I'm probably going to do this again tomorrow afternoon again, as well as Wednesday afternoon or evening when I get home from doing some errands. So, what's up? It's Weather United here, and welcome. Welcome. It's an honor for you all to be here. We have a lot to talk about, so let's get started. We are looking at the visible satellite imagery that I've been showing here over the last minute or so. You can see very explosive deep convection that is ongoing throughout the center. We've been seeing this throughout the entire day today. A lot of explosions of thunderheads rotating around the center there. You can see a new explosion there recently beginning to fire up. If we take a look at the microwave, or not the microwave, but the infrared here, I also wanted to show you that the system has substantially improved in organization. That now could be a major hurricane in the next advisory here in about 30 minutes. We'll wait from the NHC to confirm the official intensity, but my bets are that it could be at 110 or 115 miles an hour. So taking a look here at the past satellite imagery, look at how this thing has evolved. Okay, if we go through this was last night when I ended this stream, and we can see how this just has exploded. Look at this. This is when I was talking to Tyler Bass, Fancy Hippie, and Fire Ant this morning when we were looking at satellite imagery and Candy S on Discord, and we were thinking that, man, this thing is really blowing up. I loved your whole speech this morning, Fancy Hippie, if you're watching this. So really exploding here, just blowing up, and now when we look at the latest, we can see how this has really changed really quickly. Big time thunderhead going off right here to the northern side of the system. We could also see this on the latest mesofloater, which updates every minute. Yes, these images come out very frequently, and we can see with what the system looks like, and it is definitely improving really quickly. What appears that an eye may be trying to form right here to the south of that big old fat explosion of deep convection. The recon aircraft is flying. They are doing a mission right now, and their mission is to find the center. Hence is why it's called a recon mission. They have not found hurricane force winds yet on the southwestern side of the system. As you can tell here by the wind barbs, that's only 55 knot winds they have found. All right, we'll wait from that own recon mission to see. Air pressure has dropped a little bit down to about 965 millibars, as we can see here, the extrapolated pressure. So the system is still intensifying as we speak, and as we do take a look here at the NOAA mission, they have definitely found hurricane force winds, a big solid swath here of purple colors, which indicate winds greater than 64 knots, with perhaps even up to 100 knots of, oh wait, not 100 knots, getting close to 96 knots, or very, very close to major hurricane status. We're not far from that of occurring, and we will wait and see with what the NHC actually does, if they think it's a little stronger than what the recon mission is finding, because it's rapidly intensifying. I would not be surprised. This plane did find air pressure down to also 965 millibars, so the pressure has dropped a little further from this afternoon. And so that's what we're finding. Latest Dovrik estimates are at 77 knots, so right in that ballpark of about 100-ish miles an hour. Again, might be 105, 110, or even 115. All right, so air pressure is down to 974 millibars, so the intensity is going up on this. When you take a look at the latest NHC forecast, there is definitely hurricane warnings now out for Tampa, Florida. We did talk about this morning. This is now a very serious situation unfolding. Hurricane watches to the north of this. Hurricane warnings over Tampa. We have tropical storm warnings over the southern half of Florida here, especially Key West, under a hurricane warning and a tropical storm warning. Tropical storm watches issued for much of the state of Florida at this time. And just to let you all know, the governor in Florida has declared a state of an emergency due to the fact that we have major intensity expected with this hurricane. And of course, over central Cuba, western Cuba, under tropical storm warnings and hurricane warnings at this time. And this is now, could be a major hurricane at any time right now. Would not be surprised if they put this up to 115 miles an hour. This would be a Category 3, and it would be the second major hurricane of the Atlantic hurricane season, believe it or not. Okay, so this is very concerning, and that's why all of the tabs on your that you see on your side of the screen on the iPad, if you're watching this from the iPhone or from a TV or a smart TV, all these tabs is what we're going to be going through. Plus, we're going to turn this also into live exclusive coverage on recon data and satellite data like we did last night. So again, 100-mile-an-hour winds as of right now, the 5 o'clock advisory. We will get a new advisory here less than 20 minutes from now, and it is moving to the north-northwest at about 13 miles an hour. The most reasonable time for likelihood of tropical storm force winds do arrive Wednesday morning over the over portions there of Tampa, St. Pete, Florida, even into Orlando, Florida by Wednesday night. We have a 70 to 100% chance now, 100 in some of the areas here along the west coast of Florida. This means you have a likelihood you will certainly see tropical storm force winds without a doubt. That's what we have on this map. And then, of course, tropical storm force winds are expected on Cuba, probably beginning very soon here within the next 30 minutes to an hour with those winds that are increasing. If we take a look at the hurricane wind probabilities here, this has also gone up. Look at this for portions of the west coast of Florida, like, again, St. Pete, Tampa, Florida, Sarasota, Florida. You have a 20 to now 50% chance of hurricane force winds in the next 2 to 3 days, and you have a 100% chance of hurricane force winds here if you're on the western tip of Cuba. So substantial impacts, life-threatening to unsurvivable impacts are anticipated on the western portion of Cuba. So now, as far as our key messages are concerned here, we're reading this. We're going to read the whole entire thing because everyone needs to hear this. Okay, this is this is a big deal storm that we're talking about. Number one, life-threatening storm surge, hurricane force winds, flash flooding, and possible mudslides are expected in portions of western Cuba beginning this evening, probably beginning right now into Tuesday. Devastating wind damage is possible where the core of Ian moves across western Cuba. Efforts to protect your life and property need to be rushed to completion right now. In fact, it's probably too late to do any further preparations because of tropical storm force winds there are going to arrive there any minute, probably in the next half an hour to an hour and a half perhaps. There is a danger of life-threatening storm surge along much of the Florida west coast, where a storm surge warning now has been issued, with the highest risk for from Fort Myers to Tampa Bay region. Residents in these areas need to listen to advice given by local officials. Hurricane force winds are expected in the hurricane warning area in western central Florida beginning Wednesday morning, with tropical storm conditions expected by late Tuesday. All right, so again, expected. The word expected means it's going to happen. It's not no longer that it may happen. It will happen. That's what that means. Okay, number 4, very heavy rainfall will increase across the Florida Keys and South Florida Tuesday and spreading into the central and northern Florida by Wednesday and Thursday, potentially causing flash and urban and small stream flooding. Significant prolonged river flooding is likely across central Florida. So again, 4 key messages from the NHC here, really emphasizing very heavy rainfall leading to substantial flood potential. We're talking substantial storm surge potential here that could be unsurvivable in some areas. We're also talking again about the damaging wind threat with this hurricane that comes with these systems. Also, the rainfall, wait until you look at the European and the GFS and some of the other models. The rainfall is literally exceptionally serious. So Tallahassee, 6 to 10 inches of rainfall. Jacksonville, 6 to 10 inches of rainfall is anticipated. If you're in Tampa Bay and Orlando, Florida, 6 to 4 inches, with Tampa maybe getting up to 10 inches of rainfall. Miami and Key West could get as much as 4 to 6, maybe 4 to 8 inches of rainfall. Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington could get as much as 4 to 6 inches of rainfall. Knoxville, Chattanooga, you can get as much as maybe 1 to 3 inches of rainfall. Charlotte, Raleigh, maybe as much as 2 to 4 inches of rainfall. Cape Hatteras, 2 inches of rainfall is anticipated with this. No rainfall, not a lot of it in Birmingham or Montgomery, probably about an inch of rain or less. Atlanta and Augusta, maybe as much as 2 inches of rain is anticipated. So let's take a look here at our storm surge forecast. This is very alarming. I mean, yeah, 5 to 10 feet of storm surge in the Bay of Tampa. Okay, middle of Longboat Key could see as much as 5 to 10 feet of storm surge. Eaglewood, 5 to 8 feet of storm surge. Bonita Beach, 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. Charlotte Harbor, 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. If you're in Key West, you're talking about 2 to 4 feet of storm surge out of this. Okay, so this is very serious. If you're in Indian Pass, 1 to 3 feet. If you are in the Flanger area, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge is anticipated. All right, before I do move on, can you all hear me just fine? Is the stream running very well? Please let me know. Please let me know, because I want to make sure it is running pretty smoothly, and it looks like it is. So I want to just check on that to make sure I'm not talking without me live like I did last night, where I messed that up a little bit. Okay, so now taking a look here at the storm surge threat now. There's a storm surge warning issued for St. Petersburg, Tampa, Cape Coral, under that threat right now. Again, a storm surge warning means life-threatening storm surge is likely, okay, within the next 24 to 36 hours, within the next 36 or so hours. So I'm going to zoom in on some of these areas. We're going to go from north to south here. So if you are in the Big Bend of Florida, storm surge warning has been issued. If you're in Homosassa Springs, you're under a storm surge watch. Spring Hill, storm surge watch. Clearwater, storm surge warning. Tampa Bay, Florida, under a storm surge warning. St. Petersburg, St. Pete Beach, Gulfport, storm surge warning. Memphis, not Memphis, Tennessee, but Memphis in Florida. Anna Maria, under a storm surge warning, and then this goes all the way down to Sarasota, Sarasota Springs, down across Vince, Eaglewood. Storm surge warnings already issued for that area. You need to evacuate these areas immediately. Within the next 24 or so hours, because the Gulf will come see you, and you are not going to like it by any means at all. Port Charlotte, storm surge warning, and this goes all the way down into southern Florida, with Key West right now under a storm surge watch. This could get upgraded to a storm surge warning depending on exactly how strong Ian will be when it gets into the Gulf. So that's a look at the products. Now let's take a look at the computer model guidance. We have a little bit more help from the upper level drop zone mission that was conducted this morning. And so we're going to start with the GFS model, the global forecasting system. All right, and then I don't think we'll look at the ensembles because, you know, we have pretty good idea that it's going to get dangerously close to Florida. So the GFS model, the latest output here of the 18Z initialize shows that the air pressure is going to drop down to 967 millibars and then drop further to 950 millibars by Wednesday morning. So this will be intensifying all the way up until perhaps Wednesday. Might even intensify until Wednesday early afternoon. 946 millibars. Very, very strong hurricane here on the GFS model. This is down from earlier from the 12Z run, and this is trending a little stronger. You can see it right here and a little closer to the Florida coast. You can really get an idea. That is clipping. That is dangerously, uncomfortably close to Tampa, Florida. The European model solution is very similar from the last one and indicates that this is going to get, again, very close to the Florida coast, and it could stall out. So that is the potential here we could be dealing with, okay? A stalling out hurricane here potentially for a day or so. It's not moving at all. It's not in no hurry. In fact, if we look at exactly how much this is going to move, I'm going to put a black dot here to kind of pinpointing the center. This is Wednesday afternoon, September the 29th. This is Thursday afternoon. It has not moved at all. That is very slow, and it is going to move a little faster after that. But wow, it is really going to slow down here along the Sarasota coast as well as Tampa Bay, Florida. So this is very concerning. And then this goes into Tennessee perhaps and could bring in some flood impacts, severe weather perhaps, and some strong winds. Pressure down to 1,003 millibars, but this will be weakening substantially as it moves onshore. The Icon model has a different situation and indicates that this could get down to 944 millibars, so a little stronger than the GFS and the European model solutions, and brings it literally within 5 or 10 miles off the coast of Florida, very close to Sarasota, very close to Tampa Bay, Florida. And this time around, this could cross the Florida Peninsula. Yeah, look at that. Going right over Orlando, Florida at 974, and then could re-intensify as it goes up on the east coast of Florida and then impacts possibly the Carolinas as a powerful Category 1 hurricane perhaps. Very different solutions today with the GFS and the European models keeping the system over here, while the Icon model has the system over here within the last couple of runs. And if we look at that, there's been a trend and it's been consistently showing that. So we'll see if the Icon comes to be correct in a 5-day period. So how strong will Ian get on the hurricane models? These are specially trained models that show what the hurricane's going to do. So it's crossing over Cuba tonight within the next 6 to 12 hours. Going to be moving over that area as a major hurricane with winds up to 115, maybe 120 miles an hour, moving over the eastern portion of the Gulf of Mexico, and it re-intensifies to about 940 millibars. The only good news we have in this model cycle is it's not going to be 935 or 937. However, it is not to be stressed, or it is to be stressed enough that this could be much more stronger than what the HWRF actually shows. You can see just how different this could be. A very fragile situation here of how strong Ian can actually get. Going forward in time, the system falls apart slowly as it gets closer to the coast, to the Big Bend. And look at how close this gets. Hurricane force winds potentially over Tampa, Florida by Wednesday night into early Thursday morning. If this gets any closer, it remains to be seen, but it looks like it has trended in the last couple of runs. This is the 06Z run from last night, the 12Z from this morning, and the latest 18Z run. Look at that. Models have really changed substantially on a eastward trend again with the system, and this impacts the Big Bend of Florida by Friday early morning at 979 millibars, which is pretty strong. Tropical storm force winds, maybe hurricane force perhaps. Looking at our HMON model now, this is a little bit less intense than the last run, and showing only a 954 millibar system getting close to Tampa, Florida, which is what I disagree on, because the system's going to be stronger than this. I'm very sure about it. It's 953 millibars with winds up to about 117, maybe 125 knots, so still indicating a Category 4 hurricane here, okay? On the approach to Tampa, Florida. And there it is, hurricane force winds arriving into that area by Wednesday early afternoon, right around 1 or 2 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, as the backside really rolls through. Look how intense this is. Very strong. And then the HMON has us hitting the Carolinas like the icon shows it. Now, let's take a look at the rainfall totals. This is absolutely exceptionally concerning. On the European model, we are talking about quite a bit of rainfall right off the coast here of the Big Bend. This could go further to the east, depending on the latest initialized data that the models get fed into. So we can see up here to the north, rainfall totals anywhere between about 4 to 7 inches of rainfall right along the Tampa coastline. There could be as much as 9 inches of rainfall. So heavy rainfall on top of flooding or on top of storm surge will really exacerbate the flood potential, and flooding, strong winds will be the biggest concerns, and along to go with storm surge. It's even worse on the GFS model. Look at this. Rainfall totals right along the Tampa Bay coast and the Big Bend could be approaching 20 plus inches on this model run. That is very, very alarming to see what the GFS has the capable of doing. Very intense rainfall band or kind of patch going through the area. All right, rainfall totals across the rest of Florida are in that ballpark of about 3 to 5 inches on the order. All right, I did forget to show you all the flash flood potential here really quickly, so let me bring that up here. So here's the flash flood potential, and it's not going to load on me. Dang it. We can see clearly there is a moderate risk for flash flooding right now. This could get upgraded to a high risk if necessary, like Tampa Bay, Orlando, Miami, under a moderate risk for flash flooding due to this reasoning. The icon model is very, very bullish. Look at this, a very narrow corridor of 10 to 15 inches of rainfall perhaps over this portion. So we know for a fact that Tampa is going to get smacked with very heavy rainfall and strong winds. Hurricane force perhaps arriving onto the coast there of Florida. This needs to be taken very seriously, everyone. Very seriously. Because yes, water is very dangerous. Even so it's important, it's not so important right now because it's going to cause a lot of problems. Okay, so keep that in mind. We're also going to keep an eye on the latest satellite imagery here. We have a lot of CDO going on here. Lots of explosiveness to deep convection that is currently ongoing with the storm. And you can clearly see it here just blowing up. And we're going to wait for more recon data to come out as this unfolds live on the channel. Live coverage. Can't miss it at all. You gotta stay tuned for this because we're providing you some exclusive live coverage on the storm. So there's the NOAA mission, and we can see, looks like they are done. They did their 2 passes, and we got the Air Force mission in there right now doing its best, and they also found very strong winds on this, on the order of about 85 knots. And again, that pressure could support a major hurricane. All right. So how's everybody doing? Welcome, welcome. It's an honor for you to be here for the second time in a row on Weather United. So yes, Tampa could get a direct hit out of this. It's a pretty big possibility. All right. So yeah, so Justin is saying big dry air intrusion holding off that vertical hot tower from rotating to the western periphery of the system. It will be interesting to see if it can push that out. Oh yeah. Oh, nice. You got a peanut butter cup. Nice, Alex Miller. Nice. Yes, I can check your Discord, yes. Let's see with what you're saying. So again, we are really watching this. Live recon data right now on the channel, just like we rehearsed. If you want me to go over the advisory again, actually, you know what? But speaking of advisory, we're going to get a new update here on the National Hurricane Center on their intensity. See where we're at. Still at 100. Who wants to make a bet this could be a major hurricane? And if it's a major hurricane now, my intensity forecast has been nudged up significantly to possibly a Category 4. Dixie County, Florida. Lisa Walker, can you give me a city? That would actually be a little bit better. Actually, never mind. Never mind. I will give it to you. All right, here we go. Dixie County, Florida. That's in the Big Bend. Wow. So you're in the Dixie County area. You're probably in one of these little towns here. You could get some substantial storm surge depending on exactly how strong Ian will even be when it reaches that area. Or if the system passes to your east, you can get offshore flow. So storm surge may not be that big of a deal. But again, I could be wrong. So do not quote me on that, okay? The old town of Cedar Key. So Cedar Key you're in? Okay, Cedar Key, Florida. Oh gosh, Lisa Walker, you are in a little bit of trouble actually. So you're right there, right on the ocean. So you got to kind of take this pretty seriously. If this passes or if the eye passes right over your area, you could get big time storm surge for sure. Serious flooding, big time flooding, and substantial impacts. I mean, catastrophic impacts perhaps. Okay, so you need to definitely make sure you have your preparation plans in place. Do not underestimate this, anyone. Do not. I repeat. We did find 108 miles an hour based on latest recon data with the drop zone. So this could be a major hurricane. Wouldn't surprise me. Actually, they just updated this? Not yet. Not yet. Not quite there. 2 more minutes. If this is a major hurricane, I will have to update my thumbnail. I would not be surprised if it is. Because, wow. What will it look like for Dorothy, Alabama? Dorothy is not going to get significantly impacted. Let's see. Actually, you know what? Yeah, Dorothy could get substantially impacted by some heavy rainfall. Maybe 1 to 2 inches of rainfall for that area. I thought Dorothy was over here. Yeah, so you're north of Florida, the panhandle that is. So yeah, Dorothy could get some moderate to heavy rainfall and some breezy to strong winds. You would probably say 100 still? Well, let's see. 100 miles an hour remains. So the system has not intensified any further. Has not worsened at all. So that is at least some good news. It has not further intensified since this early afternoon. Let's see with what we'll have to wait for the next Outlook advisory. Yep, I see it, Justin. Yep, I see it. It's still a Category 2 hurricane. It is still a Category 2 hurricane as of right now. We're just waiting for the products to update. This does take time, and we will give you the latest information when it comes in. We don't have any new update yet on the products. I'm updating everything, still nothing new. Just yet. Well, what's your thoughts on Sugar Mill Woods, Florida? Let's take a look at that. So Sugar Woods Mill, Florida. So that is in the Big Bendish area. That is north of Tampa. Could get catastrophic impacts. You're right there, literally right there along the Gulf Coast. So yeah, you do need to take precautions. This could be serious storm surge threat for your area. You're only about 100 feet. So if that water gets pushed far enough inland, it could impact your area in the Sugar Mill Woods, Florida. High Category 4, low in 5. Oh my, let's see. They have not updated the advisory yet on here. So I'm just waiting for the advisory to update. Still hasn't. Still has not. Wow, look at this deep convection, Justin. This is just blowing up right now. Look at that. Very explosive. Very. Okay, let me look at Discord. By the way, we do have Atlas available for this YouTube channel. So if you want to... let me see if I have it on here. I believe I do. I believe I do, and I can show you all what Atlas clearly is. I do not have... oh yeah, here it is. So this is the Atlas thing. So if we go to map, we can see where everyone actually is. So we don't have a lot of people in Florida. So if you all want to check this out, it's completely free to join to get your location. Not here to stalk you all. I'm not here to do that. But I'm here because we have a lot of viewers that live across the United States. So if there's severe weather, if there's winter storms, if there is a hurricane of some sort, we can bring you that. We have one person in Jamaica, Josh Unboxing, that got some moderate to heavy rain bands yesterday. We only have one person in Miami, so like Joshua Robinson, that lives there. But not many people on this map yet. So if you want to participate, it is free to join. There is a link that Caden is going to put in the... yes, this is the site right here. Yes. So pretty cool. We have 87 members. Quite a bit. Actually, 90 members. So we're waiting. We're going to get new recon data at 966 millibars. So let's see. Okay, the 8 o'clock. Okay, it is out. Let's look at the discussion to see with what this... come on, they have not updated the discussion. Boy, it's taking a while for them to update it. Yeah, some of this has not updated yet. Oh, this is taking a little while to load in. Storm surge impacts have not been updated yet, nor has the flood products. So we do not have the newest advisory yet from the NHC, just the public one that just updated. This thing is definitely serious. It's a very strong structure of exploding deep convection. Looks like this is going to hit the western tip. Rain updated. Oh, got new product from Rain. Let's see. Not on my end. It has not updated. The hurricane looks like a gorilla. It does not look like a gorilla. It looks like it's trying to move west, though. Caden. I don't know where you went. Caden should be back. I think he had to do something. Very intense rain band actually coming onshore of Florida right now. Take a look at the current radar in that area. We do have what appears to be pretty intense rainfall with that banding feature that is moving onshore. Pretty intense. That is going to be moving into Homestead soon, as well as Pembroke Pines that could get impacted by that rain band. But for right now, a lot of the intensity or a lot of the wild stuff is down here south of Cuba still. What's up, Lethal fan? How are you doing? Yo, what's up, TRG? How are you? What's up, Brian Track Hurricanes? What's up, Chair Duke? How are you? Welcome, new viewers. It's an honor that you're here watching my live stream until about 8 o'clock tonight as we wait for more advisories. Storm is like 500 miles wide. It's pretty big. It is definitely a menacing type storm. In fact, see if I can get the distance measurement. System is, it's about 200 miles in diameter-ish, if you think about it. So it's not quite 500 miles. But yeah, we're watching this, getting new recon data. Wow, the NHC is really running slow tonight. Still no update. Did the discussion update on your guys' end? If so, can you tell me what their latest intensity forecast is? I guess Caden had to leave because he is not here. So I will give you guys the link. So this is the link to the website. Also, you can follow me on Twitter too, at WeatherUnited1 is the name of it. I know I don't have anything on my green screen. It's more of a backdrop. It's more of a backdrop and not an actual image. I did that on purpose. I promise. I'm still here. All right, then you should send the link in, Caden. Thank you. Oh, you've been posting it? Good. Okay, I don't think I've seen it. So thank you. It's updated on my end, David. All right, the origin, then what is it saying? Because it's not updating on my end. What are they saying about the hurricane? Because nothing is barely updating on my end. Thank you, buddy. You guys got to help me out with some of this data, you know? I can't... Well, I could cover it when it updates, but the problem is I don't have the latest update. Only the public advisory did update on my end. All right. Okay, DeSoto County. Sorry. So DeSoto County. Let's go to DeSoto County. Sorry about that. DeSoto County is near, not too far from Sarasota. So you're probably located near Arcadia, maybe towards the west here near the Sarasota area. So you're talking about a lot of heavy rainfall, some strong winds as well, with maybe some significant flooding on some of the creeks and streams. Urban flooding perhaps is a sure bet. I know it's 100 miles an hour. Pressure, I know, I saw that origin, but the discussion has not updated on my end yet. It's wider than the state of Florida. Anyways, yeah, it's pretty big. You're very welcome, Jan Lu. Sorry I did not get to your question right away. Still has 100 mile an hour winds currently, but pressure went down 7 millibars. Yeah, wow, that's a big drop in pressure then. So we're going to keep an eye out on this live recon data for a while, as we're still watching for live updates to come in. Can you believe it? Why hasn't this updated? This whole... Oh, you know what? This is the intermediate advisory, isn't it? Oh, shoot. It's the... it's the intermediate advisory. I was thinking of the complete advisory. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Okay. They do not update the discussion at intermediate advisories. Okay, so it is still being held at 100, but we'll see if that goes up to 115 in the next complete advisory. What's up, Tony H? How are you? Storm surge watch for Jacksonville. Yes. If we look over the products, storm surge watch has been issued. Yeah. What's up? Lisa Altoon, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Let me know you're here, Lisa, because you are in the Florida area. So again, we are talking about life-threatening storm surge, hurricane force winds, flash flooding, and mudslides. Again, just looking over this really closely. We're looking at recon data. They're out there investigating this right now. We will give you the latest intensity estimates, but as it stands right now, winds are at 100 miles an hour, and it is moving to the northwest, north-northwest at 13 miles an hour. If we take a look at the latest cone of uncertainty here, there is definitely a lot of destruction headed towards Florida. Major hurricane conditions near Tampa, Florida, hurricane getting on to the northern Florida coast, and then approaching tropical storm intensity or weakening to that manner by 2 p.m. on Friday. NHC reporting significant strengthening just now. Where is your source on that, Joe Finn? Or Joe? Yeah, Joe Finn. Where are you seeing that? Where's your source? The pressure has dropped, but where are you seeing the significant strengthening from? Winds now 135. What the heck? So, Joe Finn, where are you getting the 135 mile an hour winds from? Because I am not seeing that. I do not see 135. I see 100. No, this has not changed with its track forecast yet. We're looking at the latest GFS model right now, showing 946 near the coast of Tampa Bay, Florida by Wednesday early afternoon. What's up, Juggernaut Jumper? Welcome to the stream. Hurricane in their P3. You're saying Hurricane Hunter's in their P3. Okay, I think that mission... Okay, this mission is done. That was a quick mission. So again, I'm not seeing 135 mile an hour winds at all. It's not 135. It's 100 mile an hour. So, we're going to just, it will be, I mean, if it was 135 now, boy, that would be a big, big deal. But I don't see that. But yes, welcome, Juggernaut. How are you doing? We also have new deep convection firing up on this. This is live data right now. Live satellite infrared data on the system. Look at that deep convection right there. A new burst blowing up on the eastern side. In fact, you know what? Let me actually bring up a microwave imagery on this, because we did get new data according to Justin G. Besides, Justin, are you there? How are you doing? Welcome still. Okay, yes, we did get new data. And let's see what it says on the microwave imagery. Weather is calm here, but overcast here in Ocala at the moment. Yep, that's going to change in a hurry. We all know that. We all know that's going to change in a very quick hurry. So let's take a look here at the latest microwave data. This is probably more of the latest one, so I'm going to click on here. The GMI microwave pass. Yeah, look at this eye. Let's click on this. That is a very organized looking structure there. Very intense. I mean, wow. Not completely closed yet, but it is getting close. Definitely getting close of closing up right now on the microwave imagery. And what this shows us is where the heaviest rain is, the thunderstorms, and where the eye is. And there's definitely an eye on this. It's just a matter of when that eye closes up, which it might have done so already, then we are going to see more explosive intensification on this. It's looking like a major hurricane here in Florida by tomorrow night. Oh yeah, big time. Juggernaut, big time. So we're watching this. Very intense rain bands around this. And this looks kind of like that of a galaxy in a way. And that's an indication that the eye is trying to close up. Another way we can look at this is on the microwave latest animation here of the microwave pass on Ian. Oh, this is running really slow. Why is it running so dang slow? There we go. Okay, this is going to take a little bit. But you can see with what the system looked like last night as this transforms. I mean, this is showing us on a microwave standpoint, not clouds or anything. If we play this through, maybe going through a little eyewall replacement cycle. Yeah, I don't think so, Caden, because of the intense rain and wind in that area that's expected. But look at this. Very strong. So we're at about 85 knots. That's about 100 miles an hour, and that's what this is picking up on. But we're waiting for the latest recon. They're going to fly through the center again. And that's why I started this live stream a little later. I started it earlier than yesterday, but still relatively late. Is because of what we're seeing here. Of the recon data. I wanted to time this perfect for you all. So we get the real-time latest data. We are starting to get more deeper convection blowing up on this side now. More deeper convection. This is still becoming better organized with hints of an eye even trying to appear here. We're starting to get an eye feature trying to form. Brandy Evans, we're not calling this to be a category 5 yet, okay? Let's not go higher than what is expected. Based on the data right now, I am going to increase this to about 125 miles an hour with my own forecast. A high-end category 3 is forecasted. How do you get the slider at the bottom of Radar Omega? So what you do is, alright, so what happens is you click on the play button down here. So if you have Radar Omega, folks, you click on the play button. You hold it down, and then it will pop up with that. Okay, you just hold it down for a few seconds, and you can actually view the meso floater imagery. And this is what we got right now. This is pretty explosive right now. Very explosive. There's the Island of Youth right there, so this is not far away from making landfall. Not far away at all. I am not predicting a Category 5, David DeBreeball, so I don't know where you got that from. I am predicting a high-end Category 3 hurricane. A high-end Category 3 hurricane. But yeah, really, really blowing up right now with the convection. Whew. So definitely intensifying, definitely strengthening. I do remember you from yesterday, Kyle. Of course I do. Hey, you remember me from yesterday? Yep, I do. I said someone was predicting this to be a high-end Cat 4 or a low-end Cat 5, and I disagree with them. That's what I said, David DeBreeball. Yes, the next complete advisory is less than 3 hours. So in less than 3 hours, we will get a new update from the National Hurricane Center. This is definitely becoming better organized. Definitely strengthening. Definitely really just taking off. And we're going to wait for recon to get that other side. Yeah, Brandy, Evans, see, you already got someone confused. So don't predict this. Do not predict this to be a Cat 5. If you want to, keep it to yourself, please, because you're going to get people worried and scared and like, oh my gosh, low in Cat 5 possible? It's like, come on. This is barely a Cat 3 right now. Okay, so what did you... Okay, hey David, is North Florida safe from all of the bad stuff? However, on Wednesday, the wind starts getting bad. Then it peaks at 44 on Friday during the day. Should I be worried in a tropical storm when it hits? So, you are in North Florida, so you're probably in the Tallahassee area. I would be a little concerned because you're dealing with a lot of heavy rainfall that is anticipated on this. I mean, you're going to get the intense rainfall. The wind's probably not so big of a deal for your area. But the flooding will be one that could be pretty devastating, depending on exactly where the heaviest rain will hit. Should be closed the rest of the week. Oh, yeah. The schools will be closed for the rest of the week, I'm sure, Caden. Absolutely. So the system is headed again into the eastern Gulf of Mexico. It's going to pass over the western tip on the National Hurricane Center. This is what we got right here. Hurricane warnings currently issued. I mean, that is full red colors. Full red. What's up, Jay Slim? Welcome to the channel, to Weather United. It's an honor that you're here. I'm in Jacksonville. Will it be bad? You're in Jacksonville. Jacksonville. Let's go over there. So Jacksonville is over here on the northeastern portion of Florida. It all depends on the model that you look at. There's only one outlier, then that's the Icon model showing probably some moderate to heavy rainfall very close to your area, as this would be a possible hurricane cross-secting Florida. The European model also shows really intense rainfall for your area, along to go with also the GFS model. So yes, you are going to get impacted by quite a bit of rainfall. 6 to 10 inches is anticipated. Thank you so much, ARIC 468. I love you a lot. Thank you for that. Now, I love the new name. I love the name Weather United. It has more of that professional sounding to it. It really is. All right, schools are closed. Confirmation from Living Free. I agree. Yep. Ariak. Yep. Spring Hill, Hernando County, or Hernando County. Weird names. All right. So you're probably referring to Spring Hill, Florida. I'll do a city instead of the county. Because it's kind of, it's Spring Hill, I'm sure, is in Spring Hill. Or... You mean to put two different names. All right. So, yeah, that area is going to likely get pretty intense rainfall for sure. Substantial flooding, catastrophic impacts for that area, including Tampa Bay. I mean, this is very populated. And I'll show you some areas here. See what neighborhoods we can find. I mean, depending on where you exactly live here. Excuse me. Let's see. Yeah, like these areas right here. These houses are older, and so you're literally 0 feet. In fact, in some sense, you're probably below sea level. So if any water inundates this area, it could be catastrophic in the Tampa area. But again, going back to Spring Hill, also catastrophic impacts are a possibility. Hernando, okay, thank you, Tony. Yep. Yes, the entire state is under a state of an emergency right now. Oh yeah, for sure. This is very bad. Very bad. Interesting, interesting, Tony H, that the recon mission or the recon plane does not fly over this portion of Cuba despite it being literally about 100 feet high. Why is that? Why is that, Tony? Tony, if you do join the stream, you have to agree, because I notice you agree that it's probably going to hit the Big Bend, like the Cedar Key area you were saying this morning. So if you do join the stream, you have to, I'm sure you'll agree with my forecast and stuff, because right now it's going to hit Tampa. There's no doubt about it. Yes, you can, I guess. You can join. So we have recon specialist Tony that should be joining. Looks like he is not joining yet, so when he does, he'll let me know. No, there's not going to be a tsunami warning, but there is going to be high waves warning. In fact, let's take a look here at our windy.com forecast. Okay. All right. I will be right back, folks. I did not intend of leaving the stream open. Gonna have a little bit of dinner, actually. As soon as... Okay, good. So, Fire Ant. Oh. You there?
Yep.
Okay.
What's up, Dave?
All right, can you take over the fort while I'm gone for a second, because I gotta eat dinner? Because this is pretty significant. Developing.
Okay, I kind of joined late, so I'm not sure exactly what you covered, David, other than Hernando County and Spring Hill.
We're just looking over recon data.
All right. Yeah, I can do that for you, David.
Yeah,
let me get set up here.
Let me bring up recon data.
I can do that, David.
Yeah, thank you.
Just give me about 2 minutes to get on the laptop.
Okay.
So, David, one thing I do want to point out about the Tampa Bay area, that you were showing, the highest point in St. Pete is 42 feet above sea level.
Yeah, but some areas are below sea level. That's the thing. Some areas are below sea level. Yeah, so we're keeping an eye on hurricane, possibly major hurricane, Ian. Or in other words, it could be called Major Hurricane Justin or Major Hurricane Candy. I'm just kidding. But I'm not kidding about the impacts. This is pretty significant. Is that dry air getting into the system? Some dry air is trying to get into the system, but that will mix out very slowly, I believe.
So, David, earlier today I looked at the air recon, and one thing I found interesting was they went down to 1,000 feet for some reason.
Oh, shoot. Hey, I have a
Yeah.
good question before I go in, before you take over the fort. Then I'll be back in like about 10 or 15 minutes. Do you know why that the C-130 Air Force mission cannot fly over the western tip of Cuba? They're flying at 10,000 feet and the land is only like 100 or so feet above sea level.
Cuba is one of those countries that we're not allowed to fly over.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Darn it.
Uh,
Okay.
as military.
Oh,
Even
that's
even if, even if it is for the National Weather Service, they since it's still an Air Force plane, we still can't fly over it.
oh, okay.
So, what do you want me to look at, David? The recon?
Yeah, just keep an eye on the recon and stuff and real time information while I have satellite up. Let's see what Justin needs, and I have to go for dinner. But yeah, Tony H will be holding down the fort until I get back. Currently giving a live update on this and talking about the impacts. The more I talk about it, the scarier it gets. Oh yeah, it's pretty substantial. Pretty substantial. All right,
Okay, so
I'll be right
I'm
back.
going to take over. I'm going to take over where David left off, and right now I'm actually on my laptop looking at the Air Force recon that's out there. Um, the current mission, they actually found 967 millibars on the southeast quadrant of the storm. They're doing the alpha pattern, which means they're going to fly through it twice. Um, the raw data file I have not been able to access yet. The drop zones is still loading for me, so just give me a minute on that. So far, it looks like they've been dropping them from a height level of 850 millibars, which is 1,249 meters, which is approximately 6,200 feet from the surface. Um, the temperature is 19.88 degrees Celsius. I do not have a forward motion on it yet. It looks like it's still moving to the north-northwest at about 13, based on satellite imagery. Um, One thing I do want to stress is the track is still uncertain. We shouldn't really be too focused on the cone. However, anybody along the West Coast needs to be prepared for this. And if you haven't evacuated, you should have done so. If you have sandbags, here's something interesting I learned when I was growing up in Florida. Sandbags. Go to a sandbag place, fill them all the way up. Take them home and fill them halfway, then stack them up, kind of like a chimney. It will block more water out that way instead of having a full bag. Um, any questions? Anybody? Any questions? Riverview. Okay, let's talk about Riverview in Tampa. Riverview in Tampa is probably going to end up flooded because of the Hillsborough River. There's also another river in Polk County that they're kind of concerned about, which would be the Peace River. The Peace River has been known to flood even just with late day thunderstorms. So if you can imagine a hurricane going up there and causing problems for the Peace River. There's going to be some major flooding. Shore Acres down in St. Pete, that's going to flood. Along the beaches, it's going to flood. Coquina Key. If I had to guess, for Fort Myers, it would be tropical storm force winds, maybe 5-foot storm surge. On the northern peripheral of the storm, on the northern quadrant, they have released soundings. And so far, the barometric pressure there is 1,001 millibars. Any questions? Yes, if you're wondering about downtown Tampa and Tampa itself, especially along Riverside Drive, that is very prone to flooding. Matter of fact, if you go to a Lightning game where Emily Arena is, you're pretty much right on the water. You're talking maybe 2 feet, a 2-foot drop, and you're in the bay. The villages. I would say something about the villages, but anyways, the villages should be okay. They're probably going to experience a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and maybe some flooding around there. And hold on a second, guys. I'm getting a text from actually a family member down there in St. Pete. Hold on. We're evacuating tomorrow. Okay, so my family's evacuating tomorrow. Alrighty. Interesting. Eastern North Carolina. Now, when the storm gets done with Florida, it's projected to go. It's projected to go, from what I understand, up into Jacksonville, then into southeast Georgia, and then into South Carolina, then by the coast, I guess, of the eastern seaboard. I have not been able to look at anything since I've been home, so I'm kind of winging this with you all as well. Uh, the damage we can expect in and around Spring Hill, Wiki Watchy Springs. That's a tourist destination for some. It's going to be extensive. It is an East Coast scenario. Once it gets through Florida, but Florida's going to get the brunt of it. And from what I understand, some of the news outlets down there is reporting that the storm may be spinning offshore for 47 hours. That was at 5 o'clock this evening. Okay, Origin, you live in Myrtle Beach. I would actually kind of definitely keep your eye on this. And same with Jacksonville. Jacksonville, I've noticed that you're in storm surge area. Warning, I should say. So you may want to get your boats out of the water and really batten down the hatches with this. Uh, Actually, Barry Martin, I just kind of looked at what you just posted about Hurricane Elena. Um, I want to say that others have disagreed with me. But I've been looking at Bay News 9, WTSB, Fox 13 down there, and they all have it kind of like a Hurricane Elena. Now, things can change. I'm expecting to be offshore. I don't see the eye itself coming on. The problem is St. Pete, Tampa's going to be in the northeast quadrant of the storm, which is the worst part of the storm. So there's going to be some extensive damage there. Some of those houses were built, as you know, back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. A lot of them are modernized now and up to code for hurricanes since Hurricane Andrew. Zephyr Hills, you're a little bit further north and inland of Tampa. You're going to be impacted by this as well. Um, you're probably going to end up with hurricane force winds, but not like up to 75 miles an hour with heavy, heavy rainfall, especially if it sits and spins off the coast for 47 hours like they're predicting. Do I think Miami will get a tropical storm watch? I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. Yes, latest recon I'm noticing does have 110 up to 112 miles an hour winds. So this will make it a category 2 hurricane, borderline a category 3. I just can't believe the rapid intensification this thing has gone through. This thing is explosive. Forget rapid. It's exploded. Yes, dry air got into the system yesterday. They it wasn't forecasted to, but somehow it did. Probably from the south is where the dry air was. And I do apologize about the TV in the background. That is my roommate watching TV. Nothing I can do about it. JMJ, it is it is a closed eye wall, but there is one there, and it's trying to clear itself out. That's because it's going probably either through an eye wall replacement cycle or just exploding in intensity, and it hasn't been able to clear the clouds out yet. According to the NHC, around 2 to 3 o'clock tomorrow, it is supposed to be a Category 4. I'm thinking it's going to happen sooner. No, I haven't seen any dry air infiltrate today, but I've been busy with stuff at work, and I haven't really been able to sit down and glance that well. I've just been kind of monitoring it with family and the local news down there in Tampa Bay. I have not seen any changes in the models, um, but the full complete um, report comes out at 11 o'clock tonight Eastern time, 10 o'clock Central. Okay, so I just read somebody that said their son lives on the west side of US 19. I know where you're talking. Been through there plenty of times. And I think I know the pond you're talking about. That pond has a very bad history of flooding. That pond has a very bad habit of flooding. I'm looking at that now for the dry air, and from what I can see, I don't see that with the bands. Let me pull up uh satellite real quick and let me see what I can find. Um, there may be some dry air with those feeder bands. It does look like that on water vapor. But you know what? That's so far out ahead of the actual structure of the eye, it's probably won't even affect it. But one thing to know is you can actually see a subtropical jet forming over Texas on the water vapor, which will come into play at some point. Also, I do want to say there are plenty of shelters in the Bay Area and points northward that are open. One of the shelters, if you're listening from the Bay Area, is actually at Largo High School. Another one is at Lellman Comprehensive Middle School, which is on 45th Street. And another one is in Clearwater. Tampa has a couple emergency shelters open if you need them. There are shelters with special needs if you have like diabetic supplies that need to be kept frozen. I'm not sure if there's any cameras in Cuba. That would be something David would have to be able to pull up. Seeing how I don't have control of that part of his screen right now, all I'm doing is just filling in while he's eating. Any other questions for you?
I'm back.
All right, David, you're back.
Yep, I am back.
Awesome.
Yep. So how's the system coming along?
So it's almost out of Category 3, David. They're finding winds of 112 to 113. I'm just going to say probably by the time the 11 o'clock advisory comes out, it's going to be a Cat 3.
Yeah, drop zones confirm this.
Yeah, I've been all over it.
Is there a way you can contact the National Hurricane Center to see if they're gonna put a Cat 3 in their next advisory?
No, because they're still collecting data, David.
Oh, okay.
And they're so busy, I don't even want to contact them.
Oh, okay. So now I'm sure this recon mission will be out on this storm until about 10 o'clock tonight, correct? Can you check? Oh, and it went silent.
It should be, David.
Okay.
It should be.
Boy, this deep
Sorry,
convection. That big explosion of deep convection is just insane.
Hey, David, can you confirm something for me? Is there some dry air trying to get in there?
Let me see. I'm sure there is. Let me ask Justin if he's still watching the stream. Justin, you still watching?
Somebody actually pointed that out, that the feeder bands has some dry air in it. And you know what? I kind of see it, but I don't know if it's just because it's rapidly exploding. Man, this thing's got a beautiful bubble structure on it, on the water vapor, David.
Yeah, this thing is, it's definitely organized. Justin, what are your thoughts on the structure? I want to see what your thoughts are. Now there's deep convection on the western side of the system. Now there's not much going on the east side. Quite, it's wrapping around and it's not. I wonder, I want to see what your thoughts are. I see dry air, but not much.
So, David,
I'm gonna add Justin to the call if that's okay. He wants.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, David. So far, they have one drop zone.
Yeah, drops on. Yeah.
Yeah, so far they've only had one pressure reading of 966 so far.
Yeah.
It looks like they're about to drop another one. It looks like they're getting close.
Did I just close out of that tab? Darn it. Why did I just close out of the recon data tab?
I did that earlier. That's why I was like, give me a second, y'all. I got to reset.
Hey, Justin. Okay,
Hello.
they're finding hurricane force winds on the northwestern side now.
Hello.
Hello.
So yeah, I mean, I see some definite dry air intrusion with it. I think that's what's been like plateauing its intensity in the past few hours. It really started to get intruded in the southwest side by dry air. You can see that with like the lesser cloud tops to the southwest of the system if you look at infrared imagery. It's trying to make its way into the core. I don't think it's going to be able to because that new vertical hot tower is rotating very quickly and will likely keep that dry air out. If it can, it's likely not going to intensify much because if dry air gets into the core, you're done. But like, I
Right.
doubt it will.
And you know what? Looking at it a lot closer now that I have actual time to look at it, I got to agree with Justin. There is some dry air coming into that. It's trying to, but I don't. I'm kind of like him. I don't think it will.
Yeah, more around like an hour ago, it was a bigger deal, but that big vertical hot tower has really kept things in terms of dry air to a low.
I'm gonna look at the drop zone number 5 on that. If the relative humidity, it's very moist, all the way up to 700 millibars, 100% humidity. That's 10,000 feet.
Yeah, I don't think it's made its way into the core yet. It's definitely not on the northwest side or northeast or southeast. It's really just the southwest right now.
Let me see if I could get the drop zone number 2. Yeah, it's a little drier out there. And drop zone number 2 at 700 millibars. So we will get a new update here really soon. And I imagine they have found hurricane force winds on the northwestern side. I'm imagining they're really, really strong on the southeastern side. Oh, by the way, by the way, Tony, they're going to do 3 hourly fixes tomorrow and Wednesday.
Yeah, I knew they were going to. Once across Cuba, it's going to be every 3 hours.
Which means they're going to have an airplane in there constantly, correct?
Yes.
Good.
Tomorrow is going to be the big deal for what it does to Florida and how intense it can get.
Yep.
And that's and you know what, David? That's when we'll know a definite track for Florida.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Right now, actually, the 3 through 5 day cone is twice the size that it normally is because of that track uncertainty. So that's pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm. That's really big. Yeah, that covers the entire. That covers 2 states. That 2 full states with the track uncertainty. And guess who's in the track uncertainty? Candy S's. She's in the cone of uncertainty, I should say. So this is very strong. I like how Caden says, the Weather Channel repeats every hour with the same info. Laughing out. Yeah, I know. I was watching the Weather Channel for a little bit today, and it's like at the top of the hour, Dr. Rick Nav answers people's questions about how strong will this hurricane get and everything. It repeats over and over and over again. But of course, people are constantly tuning in. So you have to kind of keep, Look at the map. Lots of viewers are in this. Oh my. Let's see. Wow, we got almost 100 members. Congratulations. Yay. Dennis is... Okay, yes. Dennis is near Palm Harbor. So, I pray that you're going to be safe, please. You are right there by a lake, so you may get some minor storm surge. Because, the fetch of water. You might certainly get some river flooding.
Who's right there in Tampa?
Dennis.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Dennis is. This is the website that we have, the Atlas tracker. By the way, there is a link to that. I put it in chat if you all want to check it out. It's completely free, and it's so I can see where people are if they're being impacted. We have someone out of Jacksonville, Florida. The Cosmos Self-Improvement is there. So we have 4 people that are in Florida. It's the John 54-2E storm. John is trying to intensify. He's trying to strengthen. I'm in downtown Tampa area. Nice. Downtown Tampa area. Definitely, I repeat, going to be significantly impacted. We're waiting for a new recon data to come in. Should be here in a couple of minutes. Did you see the last recon mission, Justin? You still there? Hello? Okay, he'll be back. How's this going to affect Georgia or Alabama? So if we look at the GFS model, again, so the GFS has this crawling up the Florida coast at a very slow speed, and then it's going to hit Georgia with moderate to heavy rainfall. You're mainly going to get the rain, maybe some breezy winds with this, but otherwise, it's not going to be anything extremely life-threatening or unsurvivable. You're going to get impacts, but nothing too substantial. Now, if you are in southern Georgia or Florida, you could get more significant impacts like tropical storm force winds, heavy rainfall, including for the Carolinas. Check your DMs for 1 second. All right, let's see what TRG says. No longer Cat 4. Yeah, there's a few models on there that still call it Cat 4, but that's why my intensity forecast is generous. You know what? After looking at your screenshot, I'm probably going to lower this back down. I am not convinced a Category 4 yet. Probably about 120 miles an hour. But again, we will see. You know, you never know about the rapid intensification type of systems. Yeah, they don't, TRG. I do agree with you. But still, some of them do indicate that. But how are you doing, John 54-2E? How are you doing, brother? Well, lots of heavy rain is anticipated on Florida, which is why there's going to be big flood impacts. Big flood impacts. Justin, we have an eye forming on this. We actually do have an eye forming. All right, they got the center. Is it lower?
There we go, David.
They found a pressure of 962 millibars.
Yeah, I had to reboot everything over here. Sorry about that, David.
All right, we have an eye forming, and they found 962 millibars. So that is down by 4 millibars. I'm in Lakeland. I remember those hurricanes. Oh, yeah. So, no, it's not it's more than a Category 1. They have to fly out of the other side. This is actually going north now. This is actually headed north. That's interesting that it's going north. Means it could stay over the warm waters a little longer. If it's going north now, boy, what could that mean? So if it's gonna go north, it's gonna hit Florida. It's gonna hit the Tampa area for sure.
They're going to get that northeast quadrant, David. They're definitely getting that northeast quadrant.
Oh yeah, this is definitely strengthening. Wow. Yeah, this is definitely organizing. That inner core. Cat 5 potential? No. There's no potential for a Category 5. But look at the latest drop zone mission. They have done a huge mission. 43 drop zones deployed around the system with the upper level G4 aircraft. They did find some drier air on the drop zone number 31 with humidity values at 71 or at 7%.
So, David, it looks like it's moving at 185 degrees at 8 knots.
Oh wow.
I got the vortex data message up. Maximum flight level winds were 91 knots.
How strong, sorry?
Maximum flight level winds were 91 knots.
That's really close to 110 miles an hour.
Yeah. And that was for 22 nautical miles, they found it. So that's telling me it's probably, like you were saying, about 110.
Yeah. They have to fly out of the other side, though, so we'll have to find out and wait.
You want the outbound?
They're doing the outbound leg right now, and it's not updating on my end.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to come through on this end.
Hey David, I am not in Tallahassee. I'm in a very rural area in the middle of Florida, and it's legit gonna directly hit us as a tropical storm. So am I safe? So you're in the middle of Florida. Well, you're gonna get the very heavy rain. That is a certain guarantee. You will get you're gonna get impacts, that's for sure. You're not avoiding this by any standards. But are you avoiding hurricane force winds? Most likely, yes. Are you avoiding tropical storm force winds? Probably not. So we're just waiting for the outbound leg to come in from recon. Dang, this is really starting to pop off convection now in all quadrants. This is really about to go even get worse. But how's everybody enjoying themselves on this Monday?
What's up, Keith? How you doing from Palm Bay?
Ooh, Keith from Palm Bay.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, Palm Bay. Shout out. Awesome. Yes, Palm Bay is right over here.
David, what I want to do, since we got a few seconds here while we wait for Justin, I want to go to if Jig is listening, you're gonna like this one. Actually, you know what, David? They're actually getting some rain already in Tampa, St. Pete.
Yeah, they're getting the outer bands.
Those are the outer bands?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you're in Palm Bay, yeah, that's where Keith is. You're probably in a better situation, honestly, than, say, Tampa, Florida. Yes, you're going to get impacts with onshore winds. that might bring up storm surge just a hair, but nothing that is going to scream evacuations, even so you're under a state of an emergency. I'm actually curious. Florida is...
So Manatee County also has a mandatory evacuation, David.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, Florida is huge. I thought it was only like 50 miles across. It's like 130, 140.
Yeah.
Wow. It's pretty big.
So yes, all the schools are closed in 7 counties, David.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's what I got told. 7 counties with schools closed.
Yeah, that is accurate. Pinellas County is closed. That includes all the colleges. Hillsborough County schools are closed. That's including Stetson Law, University of South Florida, University of Tampa. Manatee is closed. Pasco County, Citrus County, Polk County.
Oh my gosh. New explosion of thunderstorm activity on the western quadrant. Tony. New explosion.
Yeah, I saw that.
This is going to be a Category 3 when it hits Cuba tonight. It's going to be that strong, I feel like.
David, I think it will. I really think it's going to be a Category 3 tonight. When it crosses Cuba, that's when it's going to really blow up, and that's when we're going to see a Category 4.
We're waiting for new recon data. Outbound lake should come in here in about a minute. And I bet you they're going to find at least 96 knot winds. Flight level winds. Maybe a little stronger.
Let me click out of this and let it refresh. Hold on. Give it a second.
People keep on saying this is possibly going to be a Category 5. No, it's not.
This is not going to be a Category 5 storm. It would need about another 2 days for that to happen, and it's running.
And it's going to need no wind shear for the next 3 or 4 days, but there's going to be shear.
That is correct.
I'm back, by the way.
Dude, there's big convection blowing up on the western side of the system again.
Do we have a recon update, by the way?
They
pressure
down to 962 millibars.
Wow, wind's still only at around 70 knots on this pass.
No, 91.
Oh wow, yeah, there was a 90 like 3 knot wind barb. Wow.
Yeah, it's showing up on the Vortex data messages.
Aiden is asking, either me or you, Justin, is the eye closing off now? Can you look at infrared on that if the eye is closing off? To confirm.
Infrared. Yeah, give me a second.
It looks like it's doing something. There's an eye.
If the eye is closing or if the eye wall is closing?
If the eye wall is closing.
Eye wall. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, the eye wall has been closed. Recon reported that the eye wall was made more of spiral bands, which is usually to indicate just a less organized system. They did indicate that over an hour and a half ago, though. Right now, cloud tops are cooling, surrounding an area of warmer convection, which to me looks like, yeah, the eye wall is closing off, or if it already is closed, at least intensifying. So I'd say yeah.
Winds on this pass are a little weaker on the southeastern quadrant.
Yeah.
They're not as strong. 50, so that's, 50, 60, 70, 80, 85 knot wind barb.
There was like a 95 knot wind barb, but it was only like 1. Are we sure that's like...
Look at right now, refresh it, on the southeastern quadrant.
Oh yeah, I know, I see that. I'm talking about... I don't know where this was. I think I missed it. Fire, and do you see that 95 knot surface wind barb?
It's actually in the Vortex data message from the plane itself, and they did say that they had a maximum flight level wind of 91 knots for 22 nautical miles.
Wow, yeah, that would probably bring it up to around 105, 110. Still nothing major yet, or even to suggest that it's a major hurricane, but probably getting there pretty quickly.
And they are saying that the eye is open.
Well, again, that was probably on the first pass, wasn't it?
The eye is open or the eye wall is open?
The eye wall is open.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably on the first pass, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the next message to come out. It hasn't even came out yet.
Convection's definitely starting to deepen on basically every quadrant of the system, so the eye wall's probably closing.
Oh, shoot. 95 knots equals about 109. Yeah, well, you round that up to 110 on the NHC.
Still another hour and a half before the next advisory, though.
And another 6 hours probably before this makes landfall.
Actually, David, WFLA, Channel 8 TV down there. Love you guys down there. They're saying at 2 o'clock Tuesday morning it's going to be a Category 3.
2 o'clock Tuesday morning, Eastern time?
Yeah, Eastern time.
Wow. I mean, NHC has that too, but that would be within 6 hours.
Yeah, let me...
Wait, so Tuesday okay, I mean like midnight Tuesday morning or Tuesday morning as in
That would be 11 o'clock Pacific for us
There.
tonight.
Look in the call, David and Justin.
Yeah, that's literally just the National Hurricane Center forecast.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the NHC forecast. Yep. Well, speaking of NHC, we'll get a new advisory here in about an hour and a half. An hour and a half before the next complete advisory.
Let's see. Let me go to their web.
Dang, Justin, this deep convection on the western side is just immense.
Yeah, and it's funny how things switch up, because just about 30 minutes ago we were talking about a weakness on the western side, and now we're talking about the strongest area of convection.
Oh, new convection popping up on the eastern side. Yep, there's the eye. I think we located the eye. Yep, right here. This is where it is. Oh, big convection on this side, Justin, on the northeastern side.
I do see that, yeah.
I'm looking at Meso Floater, so it's updates like every 30 seconds.
You know what could actually be helpful for their system is you see it looks like an eye feature right there.
Yeah.
Convection. That's actually where some dry air got soaked into the system, and that could actually help it clear out an eye, because it got trapped in the middle, in the core of the system, and now it's bursting deeper convection surrounding that area of dry air. So it basically has an eye right now.
David, I'm
Jeez.
going to try and copy and paste this. This is actually from the Hillsborough Emergency FEMA, basically down there, the Emergency Management Office. Let me see if I can get all this in. No, it's not gonna let me.
That is bursting. Yep, there it is. New explosion right here. Oh, big explosion, Justin. Big explosion.
Yeah, I see that. I see that right next to the eye feature too.
Yep, it's right here. This is where it's at. Live real time. Eyewall regeneration, someone is asking. Yeah, I believe the eye is definitely
Hey, David, click on that link I just sent you.
Let's see.
Just click on it.
Yeah, I see it. What am I looking for?
Okay, so it should pull you right up into the coastal Hillsborough County hurricane warning in effect, storm surge warning in effect.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about on the NHC. There's storm surge warnings, hurricane warnings, everything.
Read down a little. Latest local forecast equivalent strong tropical storm force wind. Peak wind forecast is 55 to 70 with gusts up to 95.
But again, that's right now.
Yeah,
thank you for subscribing, Brady G111. I do appreciate it. Yeah, if you guys are new to Weather United and you like the content coverage of exclusive updates, live real-time satellite data, destroy the subscribe button and like the stream. Oh, so we got more. Dude, this thing is popping off in all quadrants, Justin. Look at this. Look at this.
Does make sense. And as it nears those mountains in Cuba, it'll probably start to blow up even more deep convection. Obviously, it'll weaken slightly as it moves over mainland Cuba, but before it gets there, it'll probably blow up a lot of deep convection.
See, here, I got a problem with that, Justin. I don't think Cuba's going to affect this very much.
Me either.
I mean, it likely won't be incredibly influential, but any land, no matter how low-lying it is, will be something to the system. It most certainly won't intensify over Cuba. It might not weaken substantially, but it's land nonetheless.
Yeah, it is fraction. I mean, I get that. I don't think it's going to do anything to it, really. Nothing this big.
You can see just how this blew up, though, since yesterday, Justin. Look at this. Boom.
Yeah, yesterday this thing was looking very mediocre.
And then, boom. Just exploding right now. Just a whole different story. Wow, we are really close for the entire eye wall just to blow up convection.
Oh yeah, by the way, David, just in case if anybody has family or anything trying to get out of Tampa, the last flight leaves tomorrow morning.
You heard that? Again, last flight leaves Tampa tomorrow morning.
Yep, and same with St. Pete Clearwater International Airport.
By the way, on the topic of Florida impacts, I would not be surprised at all to see SPC eventually upgrade that day 3 risk to a 10% risk of tornadoes or within 25 miles of a given point, or an enhanced risk.
Oh yeah, there's going to be tornadoes with this, you bet.
Oh, yeah.
Would absolutely not shock me. That newest APR run is intense.
I did not like what I was seeing on the skew T. Big curved photographs. Serious directional shear. So any rain bands that move onshore could spin up tornadoes. Wow, this thing is really blowing up deep convection right here. You can see it. It looks like it's so much more east. I do agree. It is definitely further east than expectations.
Which is not good for Florida at all.
No, it's not. It is not good. Boy. This is really bad. I'm really surprised that Recon did not find any stronger winds. I'm really surprised by that.
It actually makes somewhat of sense.
So, David, I'm looking. This is weird. You're probably going to disagree with this, but the spaghetti models from the 8 o'clock advisory are split. Like literally, they're split.
There's still uncertainty.
Tons of it.
No,
Wow, I see that actually, yeah.
half of the models are wanted it to go due north, and half of the models want to take it over Fort Myers.
That's Eastern Florida, correct?
No, West
Oh,
Coast.
West. Okay, so all of them still want it.
And then
Did
have
you?
it crossed over Fort Myers, come out by Cape Canaveral, then go into South Carolina.
Boy. Oh yeah, the Icon model. Yeah, I saw that. The Icon wants this to be a possible regenerative hurricane when it gets over or gets off the coast of Florida again and gets towards the Carolinas, loops around.
Oh, this is the spaghetti models. Look in the call.
Yeah, they're pretty split. I would bank more towards that Tampa landfall though, considering what the upper level steering pattern is going to look like. But
Oh boy, yes, I see that.
You see that?
Yeah, they're split. We still don't have full agreement. This is literally 36 hours out or sooner.
I'm sorry, I'm heating a honey bud. Iced.
I mean, some of the models, look at this. Go take it off of Florida. Take it back off out of Florida and then over the Atlantic and then a landfall there.
Hey, David, can we call this the Krispy Kreme storm?
We can call it the fire ant storm.
Okay, good.
Oh wow, Justin, that deep convection.
yeah,
This is where the center is right here. That's like an eye that is like rotating around. This is where it is, right here.
Hey, David, somebody did ask about Alabama if they're going to get tornadoes out of this.
ooh, I don't think so. But
No.
I'll let Dave answer that.
That's what I said.
I don't
said,
think so. No.
Think so.
Because
but
you're
it
on the
could-
you're on the northwestern side, and that's where the air descends and dries a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think you're actually. In fact, it's pretty much the opposite for Alabama. There's a day 3 critical risk for fire in that in southern Alabama somehow. But
Oh yeah, I wanted to show them that. Yeah, on the Storm Prediction Center.
in fact, little fact about that. That is for the eastern portion or western portion of that. That is the first time ever that they've done a day 3 critical fire weather risk in that area.
Oh, serious?
Yeah, and of course it's during a hurricane somehow.
Yeah, there it is. Yep.
David, somebody in the chat asked,
You're back.
are there any cameras up for Cuba that you have access to?
Oh. Yes, let me check. I have so many tabs open right now.
And Kata wants to know do you think we'll see an eye tonight?
What are your thoughts? I think we might.
I honestly don't know on that one.
Let's see. Cuba, there are 3 cameras for Cuba. Ooh, there's a one for Havana. Let's see. By the way, Tom Byrne, I'm not hyping up anything. There is tornado potential with this. Okay, no, that's not a camera.
Yeah, I don't know if there is, and I
No,
told them
there's nothing.
I didn't have access to that.
There is nothing as far as cameras. I'm not trying to be rude, but there will be tornadoes with this. And if you think I'm joking around, let's take a look at the Storm Prediction Center. There is the possibility for tornadoes.
So average Godzilla, I don't know where you live, but he's asking David, when this thing hits my area as a tropical storm, will I have tornadoes? I don't know where you live. I can't answer that.
What part of Florida? I know, Tom, the storm surge is the biggest threat. 964, Tony. Pressure dropped 2 millibars.
Wow.
Oops, not that.
Middle of North Florida, yeah, you're going to have tornadoes with this. I hate to say it, and they're going to be quick too. West of Jacksonville. Okay, so probably near Live Oak, Oak City, somewhere up and through there. Yeah, you're going to probably have tornadoes with this.
Will Port Charlotte get tornadoes?
Yes, probably water spouts, David. Land spouts, water spouts, all that good stuff. It would not surprise me, David, to see a couple of water spouts go on the land. Are we good in Panama City?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're going to get definitely tornadoes or water spout potential. And, of course, the storm surge.
Port St. Lucie, you're going to get the outer bands. I mean, this is a big system. Most of Florida's going to get some type of rain out of this. I hate to say it.
Yeah. I get it, Tom Byrne, that the storm surge is way more concerning, but also water spouts and tornadoes with intense rain bands that lead to flooding also is also a big concern. So water spouts, tornadoes are as concerning, just like storm surge. Okay. Can you understand that, please? Thank you.
Now, hey, David, earlier today on my lunch, I had a chance to see that they are expecting a 10-foot storm surge.
Oh, yeah. There's going to be, yeah. I saw that on the National Hurricane Center. 10-foot storm surge.
Had it on there?
Yep.
Yeah, it was on the local news.
Yo, what's up, Jay? How are you doing? Welcome, Jay.
Yes, the Manatee River will flood in this. Sorry, truck camping.
There are going to be flood impacts. Please take that into consideration. Serious flooding, severe weather, tornadoes, and stuff.
So I want to touch on the flooding issues with all the rivers down there, David. You have the Hillsborough River, the Peace River, and you also have the Manatee River.
Okay.
What they need to understand is with these type of storms that come up through the Gulf like this, it pushes the water backwards in the rivers.
Oh, yeah, it does. It backs the rivers up. Yeah, and so the rivers swell.
Yep. And the water has no place to go.
And
really quick.
Yes.
I'm gonna go run and eat dinner. I'll be back in like 30 minutes. Before I go, there's a new microwave image of Ian, and it either went through an eyewall replacement cycle or it has made some very significant structural improvements. I put it in the chat, and you can show that some very, very, very big improvements in structure.
I was about to say, did you get a new microwave?
Oh, boy. Yes. Yeah, that is definitely...
Anyway, are you planning on being live in around like 25, 30 minutes?
Oh, I'm going to be live until the next complete advisory comes out until about 8 or 8:15 my time. Or our
Okay,
time.
then I will be back in a little bit.
Please. You're awesome. Okay, he's deafening. He's still in the call, so good. So yeah, this is what Justin sent me. We do have a pretty intense ring right here. Very intense ring.
Yeah, it looks like a donut. What is it with me and sweets tonight?
That just came out not long ago. So that is definitely... Now that's very strong.
Okay, so KRDP wants to know how this will affect the state of Georgia. Very good question.
So yeah. The state of Georgia. Let me go back to the map, to the flood map. So the central and southern state of Georgia is expected to possibly get 2 to 4 inches of rain, but when we look at the NHC, and again in that ballpark of maybe as much as 2 to 6 inches, 6 inches being the southernmost extreme Georgia, central Georgia probably about 2 to 3 inches, northern Georgia probably 1 to 2 inches, depending on exactly in Georgia where you're at. But either way, you're going to get rain, you're going to get moisture, and it might lead to some flood problems. What is that website that I used for the microwave? It's a Marine Corps Navy webpage. I don't know if I'm allowed to share it because it's a Navy thing. Fire Ant would know more about that if I'm allowed to share that because...
What is it, David?
It's the Navy website where you can view microwave images and stuff.
I want to do that, David.
Okay.
Just not with your new channel. Don't do that.
Okay.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah. Will the cone shift east at the next advisory? I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will shift.
You know what I'm thinking, David?
What?
I think it's going to stay the same.
Really?
Yeah, I think it might just stay the same. I really do. Because it really hasn't wobbled. I think the NHC or the models want it to wobble. Because, you know, when we get these big storms, they like to wobble. I don't see that happening with this. It's pretty much on time.
Okay.
No, I'm serious.
I know. I understand, yeah. I understand. I understand where you're coming from, Tom Byrne. Yep. What's up? It's not me. How are you? Hello, I have family in Sebring and Cape Coral. Will the storm surge affect Sebring and Cape Coral? Absolutely.
Yes, Sebring and Cape Coral, yes.
Big time.
Yes, it will.
You're going to get possibly 4 to 8, maybe 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. Could be bigger if the storm gets stronger, more than expectations. Might see even storm surge get a little higher. Going to be 9 degrees cooler here in Tampa tomorrow. That's good. Well, yeah, but you're going to also be dealing with rain and increasing deteriorating weather.
They said actually on WTSP, they actually said tomorrow night is when they're expecting to start to get into the full effects of the storm.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's what most of the models indicate. What's up, KDRP? How are you? I don't think I've said hi to you at all. Sorry about that.
You're welcome. It's not me.
What's up, Vampire Hunter?
I'm not as scared of a vampire. I eat a lot of garlic. Like me if you want. Okay, so I know where Sebring is. The 24 hours of Sebring. So yeah, the you're not gonna get storm surge in Sebring. You're going to get a lot of wind, a lot of rain, heavy rain, like it's coming down in buckets, and a lot of flooding. And cannot rule out a tornado. So David, Sebring is going to be on the east side of the storm, the
Yeah, but
southeast.
there's also gonna be storm surge too still.
Sebring's away from the coast.
Okay, good.
Cape Coral, on the other hand, well, is going to be flooded. Get some storm surge. Okay, Hernando County, will there be tornadoes and a possible Cat 2 on us? Advice, please. Yes, you are Hernando County. Hernando, Polk, Citrus, Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee. It's looking bad for you all.
Okay, what Sleek? What does the ECMWF show? The ECMWF is going a little crazy on this. 950 millibars in 66 hours by early Thursday morning, September the 29th. You can see it on your screen. I blow this up a little bit so you can see. There it is. Really strong hurricane here. Wow, that is really deep on the European. Actually, we got a new model update. Yeah, oh shoot, this is going just south of Tampa. Tony.
Yeah, see,
The European,
you know what, David?
this is going right off the coast. So if this shifts even further east, this could possibly re-intensify if it gets over the warm Atlantic waters. Yeah, look at this. This is going...
You know what, David? I'm wondering... I'm kind of curious. You know, you and I talked about something in private with another person. Look up that subtropical jet that you found.
Okay, let's see.
You know where I'm going with this, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm wondering if that extended further east and south than what they anticipated. If the models is picking that up.
It's not about that, it's all about the shear, too.
Yeah. Or did that trough leave that was hanging out in the northeast?
Shear may not be as big of a deal now. No, shear may not be as strong. That is a big problem.
Yeah, I'm watching it on the YouTube channel, David, so it's going to be kind of small for me, but
It's not, thank gosh the European doesn't have it as strong as before, but it is now onshore on the 18Z run. It is making landfall by Wednesday afternoon. Just south of Tampa, just right over Sarasota.
yeah, between Sarasota,
That
and
has
Charlotte.
shifted. Look at this, has shifted quite a bit too. Just in that
Yeah.
model run. Big time. Huge
You think it's
shift.
a flaw?
Nah, it could be. It's the 18Z run.
That might be a flaw. Because that's a big shift. That's a huge shift. Especially from the 8 o'clock advisory.
No, from the 8 o'clock or from the models. The 8 o'clock advisory doesn't update their cone.
Yeah,
That's the
let me see.
intermediate. But look at the nav gym. The nav gym has us hitting the Big Bend of Florida by Friday morning versus a European model way further east has it impacting eastern Florida at the same time.
Let me see something, David. I'm kind of curious on something.
So this is only going to spend a little over a day over the Gulf of Mexico. So my question is this: how And how is low wind shear bad? Well, if you don't have wind shear, the vortex is well stacked. So it's not tilted at all. It's more stacked. And you can get a rapidly intensified system if the sea surface temperatures are warm enough and everything comes together. My concern is the Icon and the European are beginning to agree on a scenario that takes us back over water again. And the thing is able to intensify. Very extra tropical, though. Really strange looking. And that's kind of a nor'easter, but with no snow. That is going to be a lot of rain. No, I do not, Candy. Recon has finally updated. Let's see. We lost data. That's why it took so long.
What data did we lose?
We lost a little bit of data on the far southeastern when they made right before they made the turn.
Yeah, that's why it's going east.
No, the recon data, we have missing data on the recon. About an hour left before the NHC updates. We haven't gotten rain in days. It's good that... Wait, you guys in Florida haven't gotten much rain? Wow.
It's been dry over here on the East Coast, David.
So this would be helpful news, but not so... Too much is too terrible. Recon has fixed itself. Oh, good. Good, the data is there. Sweet. Good. Alright, data appeared.
You know what, David? I'm looking at the ensemble members, right?
Yes.
And they're split. They're saying what you just pointed out can happen.
I know, the icon is showing this. This thing moving back over the open waters. And if that happens, that could spend 2 days, 2 more days over the Atlantic waters and may re-intensify.
Yeah, that'd be over the Gulf Stream.
Yeah. That'd be really bad.
But why did that shift? What are we missing? What's missing?
Wow, this European model. Oh, gosh. Tony, look at Fire Ant, look at this. The latest European model has 2 feet of rain over Central Florida. Look at this. Over Tampa, Florida, 26 inches of rainfall.
Well, remember, that's an estimate. I mean, it could be more, it could be less.
Yeah, I know, but that's according to the latest. Wow.
What's the other model? What does the other model have it as?
The GFS.
How much rain are how much is the GFS expecting?
Between 3 to 12 inches, but the European is showing like 10 to 20 inches of rain. The Icon is in the same ballpark.
10 to 20.
That's a lot of rain. This is the 18Z European model run. Curious of these wind gusts. Let's see what this is gonna... Oh yeah, look at these wind gusts right here. Geez, 154 mile an hour wind gusts. And yeah, that's a major hurricane. Oh wow, yeah, this is showing...
Actually, Tom, Central Florida is in a devastation scenario. It could get a lot worse. Back in the 80s, 80s and 90s, they actually did a scenario where a hurricane came in at an angle into the mouth of Tampa Bay, where the eye actually crossed. You don't want to know the outcome on that. It would make this look like child's play.
Save lives, please. Not worry about models. Well, I have to worry about the models because that's how we get our impacts. I don't know why you think I'm not saving lives when I'm looking at models that are really important, especially when we get new data in. That's part of this live stream, is getting the new data live when it comes in. This this eye is really trying to take shape right now. GFS hasn't updated yet. No, not yet. If you spill your drink in downtown Tampa, it will flood. You're hilarious. Thank you so much. I'm glad I'm doing a great job.
All right, so David, let's I'm going to shift gears for a minute. If you have not evacuated, you should have been evacuated by now. If you are forced to stay, hopefully it's not in a mobile home, because that's the worst place to be in Florida in a hurricane, is a mobile home. There are mandatory evacuations all up and down the West Coast, David, from Manatee all the way up to Citrus County. So if you haven't left, they need to leave now, because the conditions will go downhill. Hopefully you have your batteries, your hurricane preparedness kit, should have a fresh first aid kit, cash on hand, because power goes out, you ain't going to have cash. Your cards are useless. And a full tank of gas. And at least enough food and water for 3 weeks. And that's a gallon a day per person. And all your essential medicines.
Oh my goodness. Fire and Ant. We have near hurricane force winds in the north-south leg of the recon mission right now. You know how they make that left turn and they do the straight leg?
Yeah.
They found near hurricane force winds on one of the barbs.
I wonder if that's a gust or if that was actually sustained. See, that's another thing we got to keep in mind.
Let me look at SFMR winds on that.
Yeah, see what they're saying on that, because that
near 50 knots at the surface, but flight level wind 63 knots.
So if one's 50 and the other one's 63, you split the difference, you're probably looking at about 58 knots. Where that wind barb is, David.
Yeah, I think so. It's probably
that was probably a gust. But that's a hell of a gust. I hate to say that.
And guess what? The eye is, we are starting to see an eye beginning to take shape right now right in the middle on infrared.
Yes, I do want to say something to Jigga. Jigga, you are correct on your statement.
Laughing out loud, even getting afternoon thunderstorms. Barely don't flood. Do 3D, please. Okay. This is not the latest satellite data from the... let's see.
So,
This
Lord
is...
Kreiser, Lord Kreiser just pointed something out, and I want to comment on it, David, if that's all right.
Yep, that's fine.
And many homes are not made of concrete. Actually, it's not so much the concrete that gets damaged. What happens in Florida is the roofs are the first things to go. And then once that happens, it opens up the house, and then the house either gets destroyed by the wind or the rain or, God forbid, a gas pipeline. And let me tell you, I have a lot of family down there still, and I am worried about them. I've been in contact with them today. And a lot of friends that are being stubborn. David, I'm going to type something. I don't want this read out.
Okay. But here's the 3D, everybody. Look at the 3D on this. You can see the 3D. Look at that. Really just exploding.
You read that, David?
Let me read it. Oh, gosh.
Yeah. And he's not the only one, David. He's not the only one. There's a couple of my friends in St. Pete saying they're going to do the same damn thing. So this is the mentality they're facing down there. So some of my friends, you all, are saying that they're going to have a hurricane party in St. Pete. All I can do is slap my forehead, and that's what you just heard.
Yeah, they're literally what Tony H, or known as Fire Ant, said is they're having a hurricane party down there.
Yeah, I know, it's insane. But this is some of the mentality down there, unfortunately.
Sorry, I'm showing too much satellite imagery. I'm really watching this. This is getting right on to Cuba soon.
Yeah, I'm thinking landfall is going to happen here in the next hour and a half, David.
Yup.
What's it moving? 13 or 14 miles an hour?
Based on recon fixes, it's moving at about 13 miles an hour.
How far is it from the coast of Cuba?
Let me see.
You're going to have to, like, I'm sure you have a way of measuring the distance on there.
Let me get
Probably.
a estimate. So the center is...
It's probably about less than 250 miles, just by looking at it.
It's about 89, 90 miles. 89 to 90 miles away.
And it's moving 13 miles an hour?
So if it if it goes over Cuba like in the way it's going to do, it is going to spend about 2 hours over Cuba.
Yeah.
Because it's a 45 mile wide width type landmass.
Yeah, that's about right.
Man, all these tabs. All these tabs. I've never had so many open. Like,
Yes, KRDP, they are expecting it to be a Category 4.
well, at least until the next advisory. That might be that might go down a little bit.
Candy, I'm sorry to say, but I think Disney World is shut down. Sorry. No more Mickey Mouse Club for you.
Candy's probably upset that they closed it.
No, Andrew, we are not seeing Cat 5.
People,
I don't know where you all are coming up with a Cat 5. Jason,
probably from other YouTube channels. Fire Ant.
probably. J Slim, I'm actually from St. Pete, so I know that area quite well.
Yes, but the only good news that I have for this model cycle is there is no fear of this stalling out right now. It looks to slow down. it looks to slow down, but it does not look to stall out at all, which is not any better because it's going to crawl up the coast on the GFS. And it's going to crawl over Florida for like 2 or 3 days. Still going to bring catastrophic impacts.
See, now is that the GFS model you're showing, David, or is that the Euro?
Well, I was just looking at the Euro and the GFS.
See, now it wants to turn north again. See that?
Yeah. We'll see if that's the theme.
Yes, the big thing out of all of this, and I want to emphasize this, even if this storm does not come on shore by the Tampa Bay area, this storm surge is going to be something. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Something I've never seen in my lifetime. I'm kind of wishing I was down there. But by the same token, I know I'm safe. I mean, I read a report earlier this morning that one of the news outlets actually said 20-foot storm surge, David.
Yeah, oh yeah. I heard a news source last night, someone said like 6 to 15 feet or something of storm surge. I was like, yeah, that's...
All my life when I lived out there, I never saw that with any system.
And look at Tampa could have 5 to 10 feet of storm surge. Fire Ant.
Hey,
so
is this rolling in at high tide?
potentially,
That's going to be. You know what? I want to look up the tide tables for Tampa Bay.
see if we got any more people that joined this website. No, we have not. So if you guys want to join atlastrack.com, there's the link. This is where I could see approximately where you live. So if there's a winter storm or a severe weather event or a hurricane, I know where my loyal viewers actually are, so I can keep you updated personally with your forecast when I do a live stream or video.
Hey, David, do you have a timestamp of when it's supposed to be right, either on Tampa or next to Tampa, like an actual time?
Excuse me. It could hit Tampa by Thursday morning in 72 hours, or it could get even closer and hit that area in 78 hours by Thursday afternoon. That's the GFS. The European model has this clipping. Well, the center goes over Sarasota by Wednesday night into early Thursday morning. The icon, let's see.
Because there's 4 tides that run in Tampa.
So this is Wednesday morning on the icon. Is a little faster in a Wednesday
At what time?
afternoon.
Does it say what time?
Yeah, at about 11 in the morning, Wednesday.
Okay, so Wednesday morning at 10:18 is low tide.
Okay.
Wednesday afternoon is high tide at 4:54. Low tide is at 9:51. And the tides are very important because let's say you have a 2-foot high tide, you got to add an extra 2 feet to that storm surge. So let's say you have a 10-foot storm surge. Now you're looking at 12 feet of storm surge because of high tide.
That's very, very bad.
That would be that is a bad scenario.
Shoot. Shoot.
Yeah. I mean, in the morning is at 2.62 feet. Thursday morning at 3:49 in the morning is high tide.
Yeah, that's what they said. High tide and storm surge will make it a lot worse. And that is exactly why this map right here really illustrates what your storm surge could end up being. So if you live along the coast, everyone, anyone watching this live stream right now on Weather United, all I gotta say is get the heck out if you're right on the coast. Please. Please.
Hey, David, Kato wants you to pin his message.
Oh, pin his message? Okay.
Yeah. And Andrew, that's yet to be seen if it's going to be retired or not. I imagine it would be. I don't see why it wouldn't with the devastation that's going to come with this storm. But, you know, it's one of those things that's up to the NHC when they decide to retire a name.
I pinned the message. I hope this is the message that I pinned. Cuz I'm Caden, okay? The link to the website.
Yes, the best advice I can give anybody if they are leaving Tampa Bay right now, I looked at Google Maps. I-275, US 19, all heading north over to I-4 is all clogged. The best advice I can give you is if you're sitting in your car right now on I-4, try to shoot down towards Sebring or Lake Okeechobee. Try to go southeast instead of east. Do not go northeast because you're just going to put yourself in a dangerous situation.
Oh, plane just found SFMR winds. Well, that might be suspect. Okay, that's suspected data. Never mind. That is very solid. Phew! That is very solid right there.
Yeah, I see that. I'm looking at it on my end.
I mean, that is, right now, that is hurricane force winds, potentially, that far out from the center.
This is a big storm. This is not a small storm. Not by any means.
No, it's not. And Recon confirms that. Yeah, this is 60 knots, very close to hurricane force. Really close to hurricane force. And we're at 80 knots on the advanced over technique. So by tomorrow, I'm making an early projection based on the advanced over technique. Let's see where this storm is going to be. Wait, hold on. So it's projected to be 140. Okay, so no, wait, hold on. Okay, so that is 06Z on the 28th. So if I look at the advanced over technique. Oh, it's not even on here. So theoretically, if it goes up like that, that would be a Category 3 major hurricane. But if it goes up and resumes climbing...
Why did it leave? Why did that leave?
Yeah, the wind field most likely expanded a little bit. Yep. By the way, if the intensity resumes of where it was at earlier, like this would get to 128 or 129 knot system by 0Z tomorrow. Because this gives us a timeline of the health.
So, David, real quick, I want to bring you up to speed. The NOAA-3 is done. They have finished their low-level reconnaissance. They found 967 millibars.
Yeah, that's earlier. Yeah, that mission's done. The Hercules aircraft is going to be out there.
Hercules. Ah, there we go. There she is. I'm a little bit here.
Yeah. Someone was saying in the chat the NAM is going absolutely berserk and wild on the NAM 3-kilometer model on the Hurricane. I will be straight up honest with you all. Okay? Do not, I repent, do not you even try using the NAM model. Do not, because it will give you a... I mean, come on, it's not going to be 910 millibars. Are you kidding? No way.
No,
that's not going to happen. And if it does, I don't know what to say, but it's not going to. 0% chance it's going to get down to 910 millibars in 30 hours.
So, David, I'm looking at the 925 millibar mandatory level data.
Yeah.
925 millibars. They have a north wind at 77 knots.
North wind at 77 knots.
Yep. And that's mandatory with 99% humidity.
Gosh.
And the temperature inside of it is 22.4 degrees Celsius.
It's crazy. All right, we officially have an eye that has formed on microwave. It has formed. It is... There's an eye. I can confirm it right now. There is an eye feature.
I figured there would be.
It's clearing out. The eye is warming up. Yeah, there's an eye. That's definitely a category 3 probably. Wouldn't surprise me.
So how high does it right up the coast, Infinity? Honestly, no one knows. It's one of the models are still split. Some of the models have it going into the Panhandle still. Some of the newer spaghetti models actually have it coming out right over Sarasota and going through Cape Canaveral. A couple of them have it going up through near Tampa and turning over towards the northeast. No one knows yet. South Carolina, North Carolina, yeah, they're going to get impacted by this. We just don't know how yet.
Dang, this eye is really appearing quickly. Oh, yeah. This eye is really... Oh, it's popping out already. The eye is really developing quickly.
Okay, so Noah has a good question for you, David. You might want to answer this question.
Yeah.
The question is, the models all have it strengthening after Cuba, but not as fast as it has the past few hours. Why are they mainly assuming it will not keep intensifying a crazy amount like it has been?
Well, because when you get a hurricane so strong, like usually when it gets, I call it the breakdown effect. Okay? there's a certain governor. It's kind of like a governor on a car. So when the hurricane gets to a certain intensity, it's the magical number is typically about 125 miles an hour. You start getting the potential for an eye wall replacement cycle. The outer eye wall chokes off the inner eye wall, and you get a whole phase of that. When an eye wall replacement cycle happens, it usually leads to a period of weakening, but the wind field expands because of the eye wall replacement cycle. So usually with the NHC, they don't like going higher than about 130 to 140. Even so, there may be more confidence in the models that, oh, maybe it's going to get to a category high end 4 or something. With the eye wall replacement cycle, you get intensity fluctuations. It might weaken a little bit, then it might strengthen a little more, it might weaken a bit, and it might strengthen a little more. So that's why the NHC is not really saying, oh, it's going to be 155 or 150, because one, it's not in any of the models. We don't see any of the models getting it that high in intensity, which means there's consistency, there's confidence, it's not going to be a high-end 4 event. However, the atmosphere only supports this there was some echo in there. The atmosphere only supports this of becoming at least a high-end category 3, maybe a low-end category 4, with maybe 125 to 140 miles an hour. And I mean 140 right now could be a little on the high-end side. But again, I'm not really calling this one off because we have more deeper convection firing up. Yes, it could become a category 4. There's certainly the possibility for it. But now, this raises a question. If it's going north now and it turns like this, it's going to spend a little lesser time over the water and not get impacted by the shear as much because it's down here, same latitude. The shear doesn't increase until it crosses the 26-degree north latitude line. Because we know it's in the models. The models are strategically showing the shear that's going to be increasing on the system. If we look at the European model, we can see this happening. All right, so let's go and zoom out. Let's look at the 200 millibar flow map right here really quickly to answer your question. Okay, why is this? Okay, there it is. There's the 200 millibar. So this is where we're at right now, right? So this is our upper level wind pattern. Well analyzed. We got the outflow, so the system is breathing out. There's a little bit of restriction in the outflow to the south because of this high trying to get the shear going in the southerly direction. But when this system gets in that area, the shear increases. Now, if it wasn't for this shear, maybe the high-end ceiling would be maybe a high-end category 4. But remember how I never said the number 5 until now is because you cannot ever predict a category 5. You can't. You never can. It doesn't work that way. All right? I want you all to understand that. You never could forecast a category 5. If you do, wow, you are that smart. You have the mind and power to forecast that far. But predicting a category 5 is, you should never, ever, ever, ever do that. Big, big no-no. Okay? Because you're talking about the highest end of the scale. You're talking about winds greater than 160 or stronger. In other words. So you're just asking for yourself to make yourself look bad that, oh, I think this is going to be a category 5. And when in reality, it doesn't. Oh, I should not have said category 5 then, you know?
Hey, David.
Yeah.
I want to touch on something here real quick for all of our Bay Area people that are tuning in. If you are in Pinellas County, the shelters are as follows: Dunedin Highland Middle, John Hopkins Middle, Largo High, Lellman Exchange, Palm Harbor University High School, Ross Norton Recreation Centers. Those are the only 6 that are open in Pinellas County.
Letting you know the eye is really becoming better defined now on the infrared. We do have a well-defined eye right now, trying to peek out. Very clear eye showing up now. So this could be a major hurricane already. This could be a major hurricane, potentially. Look at this convection right here. Absolutely. Excuse me. Insane. This is really wow. Yeah, this is really blowing up right now. Shoot. I'm really, really skeptical if it's even still a Category 2. Wow, this is something else. Yeah, that eye is really forming. Okay. Victor C. Fog. It's just because the NHC predicted a Category 5 that far out doesn't mean you should just assume that, oh, okay, I think this is going to be a Category 5. Fine. If you guys want to predict a Category 5, I'm not trying to be rude about this. That's your opinion. I mean, I could say the people that want to predict this is like a weather model, in other words. Maybe you see it becoming a Category 5. I don't see it becoming a Category 5. Simple. Okay? Yeah, it did. But see, you could predict a Category 5 far out, but it is very, very, very risky and very rare. I mean, if the NHC, like what they did with Michael, they predicted it to become a Category 5, how far out was that? How many days out was that? Victor C. Fog? Because if it was like 2 days out, then I understand. But you do not want to predict a Category 5, literally.
I'm back.
Okay. Dude, we have an eye. The eye is rapidly warming and clearing, Justin.
Fun.
It's
Back.
clearing. Yep. It's clearing really quickly. All right, we have almost hurricane force winds approaching Cuba. Can you describe what convection looks like on radar? You can't really see it on radar, but you can see it on the infrared satellite spectrum or visible. This is convection right here. Actually, Justin, you're probably a little bit better at explaining it. What convection is and why we use it. Justin? Oh, he'll be back, I think. So I'll explain it. So convection is thunderstorm activity. It's a better way of saying, instead of saying thunderstorms, you're just going to say convection, which is cumulonimbus form. So that's what convection is. Boy, this is very deep. But yeah, if you ever see the NHC, if you see the NHC predicting a Category 5 like 3 or 4 days out, then we have a problem. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Oh my gosh. This is Twitter feed of traffic jam. A traffic jam. Look at this.
What you got, David?
This is a traffic jam on I-4 coming out of Tampa. Jammed with cars heading east via Florida Dot. 10 p.m. at night. Look at all these cars leaving.
I know,
Oh
David.
gosh. Oh, I'm retweeting that, sucker. Wow.
This is what I was trying to say earlier, David. If you are caught in that, let me tell you that your best bet. Oh, yeah. Your best bet would be get off of I-4 and start heading to Bartow, down 98. Take 570 over to 98 and head southeast.
I need to tweet this out. Tweet an update on this system really quick. This is pretty urgent. Wow. This is...
Try avoid going to Orlando. That's where everybody's running to. Go southeast. Please take 570 over to 98. Head down towards Bartow, and then from there go to Lake Wales down on 60. God, how do I remember all this? God, I haven't lived there in 20 years. Did you hear me, David?
Yeah, sorry. Yikes. That is really something. I hate seeing traffic.
And I do want to say something on that. The Sunshine Skyway will close when the winds hit 40 miles an hour. They will shut down the Sunshine Skyway.
All right, so what are we looking like right now?
This eye, Justin, is really popping. It's peaking really quickly. It's clearing. This eye is clearing right now. I wonder if this is going to be reflected on the Doverick technique. Surprisingly, it has not been reflected.
Oh, yes, I see that.
Yeah, that eye is clearing.
And that vertical hot tower in the western quadrant, too.
Big time. Big time. That's negative 85 Celsius cloud tops right there.
Recon's still in this thing?
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at this, you guys. Look at the eye. You can see the eye in 3D. Oh, this is... Yeah, this is probably a major hurricane.
Yeah, that's a major.
This has got to be a major.
Looks like one. I think Recon may or may not confirm that. We'll see.
Yeah, but you know what?
That really blew up quick right there.
That's an argument for us. You all know how I feel about some of their recon data, but I'm not going to get into that. Yes. Oh, that's another thing. DeSantis has closed the toll roads in the Tampa Bay area, so you don't have to pay a toll. And some roads down there are actually one direction travel away from Tampa.
I do have something to report.
Go for it.
I'm not sure if you guys have already said this because I've been gone for a while, but Recon has reported that the eye wall is finally, after a lot of hours, fully closed.
Are you serious? It's closed right now.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
That's not a good sign.
And it's still over those warm waters. This could get... It's closed, you all. Where are you getting this from, Justin?
The vortex data message.
Okay. Oh, cyclonic data. Let me go to cyclonic data.
And that is also definitely an eye.
Yep, this is closed. Yep, it's a Wait, yep, it's closed.
I'm getting a report that DeSantis has told people to check the euro.
I would be careful with that report. I don't know why a governor would be telling people to check one.
I know.
Yep, you guys can see the eye is closed. Dang, this is a pretty big eye. 18 nautical miles in diameter.
I think it did go through an eye wall replacement cycle earlier.
No, it doesn't do that, Justin, until it reaches at least a high in Category 3 usually, right?
Not necessarily. Fiona did one at Category 1 status. And the reason I'm saying that is because earlier data had a concentric eye wall structure, so it would not be shocking to see that. Also, the eye grew considerably from like 10 miles to 18 now, so...
Okay, so it did go through an eye wall replacement cycle. Okay.
Or it just restructured its core. Really, I don't know which one, but one of them.
This is a big, huge storm.
Destroying the works of the devil. I'm not trying to give you a dang panic attack. We're relaying the information as we see it. And we're seeing the eye walls closed. I don't know why you think it would not be closed or why you think this would not be a major hurricane. Again, just because I say major does not mean it's a major hurricane, but the data could support that. We don't know exactly. But with that eye feature, who knows? Who knows what?
Miami is safe. Yes, Miami is safe.
Besides maybe some rainfall and also the potential for 1 or 2 tornadoes, Miami is safe, yeah.
Yeah.
Tornadoes are your main concern.
Go to southeast. If you're traveling in Florida, go southeast down to Bartow, Lake Wales, Okeechobee. Don't go north.
Don't go west. Just don't.
Yeah. Yeah. Unless if you're, well, I'm not going to encourage that on you.
All right, SFMR winds are a little higher than their first pass through the center at about 73 knots.
Oh yeah, I see that, and they're not even in the peak of the eye wall yet.
Oh shoot, they found 92 knot winds.
Yeah, and they're not even there yet. Oh, those are flagged though.
They are? No,
They are.
The last, no, it's not. The last one is not flagged from SFMR. That's not flagged.
Bits. It has the little red dot. I'm pretty sure that means maybe it didn't update. Maybe you're seeing a newer pass. Oh, you're talking about flight level.
No, I'm talking about SFMR winds on the graph thing.
Oh yeah, I see that now. Look at that, yeah.
Yes, it's safe to drive to Fort Lauderdale. You'll hit rain, but it's not going to be Orlando. You're going to feel the effects of this in Orlando, unfortunately.
The main area of concern is the west coast of Florida, anywhere south of the Panhandle.
All right, we just lost mesofloater satellite imagery. It's not updating on my end.
Okay, so Music Junkie, you're in Port Richey. You are in the danger zone. Get the heck out of there.
Oh no, this just updated. Never mind.
Don't even waste time. Just grab some clothes and get the heck up out of there.
Where's Port Richey?
Port Richey is about, I want to say about 40 minutes north of Tarpon Springs.
By the way, the eye temperature, Justin, is negative 20 degrees Celsius.
Wow. Yeah, in Port Richey, you're going to want to be thinking about evacuation for sure. Just north of Tampa.
Oh, yeah, this thing is definitely organizing super duper quickly.
Okay, Riverview. You're not looking too good neither. Riverview High School played my high school, so you're not looking too good. Haines City, you're going to get rain out of this as well. I'm going to put it to you like this: from Tampa to Orlando, you're going to get clobbered. This is not a small storm. And please, for the love of God, bring your animals with you.
And guys, if you're concerned about if your city's in danger, feel free to check your National Weather Service. They will make that very clear.
Actually, let me go over there, see what the National Weather Service is saying. Man, look at all the warnings and stuff on the National Weather Service map. This is...
Hey, David, that's going to be at the Ruskin office down there.
I'm looking at the Tampa Bay office.
Yeah, that's Ruskin.
Oh, that is? They're not saying too much, except they copied and pasted the messages from the National Hurricane Center with one of their tabs.
Yeah, I saw that. Tampa's doing some pretty
I would not go to Palm Harbor. Family and Life, too, I would not go to Palm Harbor. That is the most...
They're not really... Some of the weather offices are not even talking much about this.
I know.
I think they're just leaving it to the National Hurricane Center, which honestly makes sense. But...
Captain Quest, I know where you're at. You're in West Tampa near the airport. Yep. You need to get the heck up out of there, too. That's going to flood.
Yeah, see this? Flood watch, hurricane warning, storm surge warning. Wow. I mean, that's your forecast. 81 during the day. I guess it's not too cool during the day, but wow. Not looking fun. Not looking fun at all.
And yeah, guys, we cannot tell you to or to not evacuate. That is up to your local officials there. So if they are not telling you to evacuate in Port Richey, it's always up to you. But we're not government agencies. We can't force you to do anything.
Yeah, but if it was me, I'd get the heck up out of there if you're a half a mile from the coast.
Wow, this thing has changed on a dime very quickly. Very quickly.
Yeah. David, can you pull up some evacuation? Because a lot of people are asking some evacuation area.
So the mandatory evacuation orders are Manatee, Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Polk, and Citrus, and Hernando. They all have mandatory evacuations.
Okay, this is not it. Know your zone. Okay, here it is.
So we're about to pull up the evacuation map. If you're in a mandatory evacuation, obviously get out of there. They put those out for a reason. So take that into consideration.
Okay, I have to enter... Oh, wait. No, here it is.
I'm going to pull IEM bot up also so we know exactly when the outlook comes out.
Okay, this is not... Okay, no. This is not it. This is not the right one.
Well, see, that's the thing down in Florida. They got to know what zone they're in. Usually right along the coast is Zone A. A little bit inland is Zone B. Zone C is usually reserved
Okay, FloridaDisaster.com. Okay.
Zone C is usually in and around the mouth of the bay. I tell you what, if they ever evacuate Zone D, that's where I used to live, David. Do you know? I showed you where I live, David. I tell you what, that's when you got to worry.
Okay, there's a map. Okay, no, hold on. Okay, no, flood. Okay.
Thank you for that, MS Cookie. Yes, go to your county emergency operations website to see if you are in a mandatory evacuation area.
Yep.
Oh, that's FEMA. Know your zone. Okay.
I hope you know
Okay,
what county.
this is it. All right, so yeah, this is the evacuation zones right here. Okay, Zone D, population of 31,000. So know your zone. Just go to the website here. We will put it.
Yeah.
Just
Post a link.
yeah. Post a link. Yeah. This is the evacuation zone map that you need to check out. Okay.
All people asking about evacuation, just click that link.
Just click that link, please. Know your zone. Enter your address. I don't need to know your address. And then just look it up and see if you're in evacuation zone. If you're not, then you should be fine. But still take this seriously. Come on. Use common sense. This is Zone E right here. So make sure you are, if you're in Zone E, this is...
You see that little... Hey, David, you see that little plain circle right there on St. Pete?
Oh, yeah.
That's where I used to live, and let me tell you, if you ever see that's got to be evacuated, you know some serious shit is coming. Plain and simple. I hate to cuss, but that's the only best word I can describe to... That's bad. If that ever has to evacuate.
And here's a storm surge zone. So if we go to storm surge...
Yep.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah, look at this. Storm surge zone.
Yeah.
I believe... What do the colors represent? Oh. Oh, yeah, so storm surge zone. So if it's category 5, then the areas in bluish need to do something. So if you're in the red, you got to be evacuating if you are told to, please, because this is all...
Which, David, zoom that map out. I can almost guarantee that's all of Pinellas County.
Jimmy Mac, the latest 0Z Euro, is not running for another 3 hours.
Yeah, and I'll be in bed then.
I'll be probably almost in bed by then, too. 0Z for what model? There's no 0Z models out yet. The GFS is going to be one of the first that render. Actually, the Hurricane models come out sooner.
I think the icon might be loading, but the icon's something we really shouldn't be showing.
This is really detailed, this this storm surge thing.
And what's really messed up, David, is traffic-wise, there's really 3 ways to get away from Pinellas County. You either got to go over the bridges into Tampa, or you go north or south. That's it.
All right, Caden, I'm going to unpin my other message, and I'm going to pin this other message. The evacuations thing. So viewers can see it. So if you're in an evacuation zone, please make sure you are doing as what local officials do and local authorities, because this is a weapon in the sky, and a weapon can kill people. So make sure you are taking this pretty seriously.
David?
Hold on. I know what it is. I'm looking at recon right now. They found flight level winds up to about 102 knots.
Look at that. We got our category 3 colors.
Yep,
They also found 963 millibars.
That pressure hasn't dropped anymore, though.
Winds might be catching up.
Yeah. So, yep, we got a category 3. Looks
Possibly.
like. Possibly, yep. That data might overturn it. Let's see the SFMR winds. Let's see. Oh yeah, this might be supportive.
Yeah, I see that. Wow, your thing updates a lot faster than mine. I see those uncontam 90 knot winds now. Funny.
Yup. That is the strongest ever since they've been in the storm.
Yeah, they're likely gonna go 105, 110. That's what I'd bet on.
Oh, no, 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 no. They might go 115. That's... Let me see.
It's a possibility.
Are you sure? Flight level winds are at 117 miles an hour.
Wow.
Yeah. Surface frequency microwave radiometer winds are borderlining 100. Actually, they are at 100. 98 miles an hour, so round that up to 100. They could push it.
It's really close.
Tyler, do not put that in the chat. Thank you. What's up, No Chains No More? Welcome. Welcome. If you're new, subscribe. Well, most of you are not new since you were on my other channel, so if you are familiar with my channel or if you're new, yeah. Share this. So let me explain why I got rid of my other channel so it clears things up a little bit. So the reason why I got rid of my other channel was because of... I mean, I wanted to rename my channel, and Justin, you know this pretty well, and the staff team. Okay, but it would be probably confusing to a very large audience that I had with 50,000 people that followed me. So I decided, you know what, I'm going to rebrand, I'm going to migrate, and so that's why I did what I did. But it's also other things that I'm not going to explain. I'm not going to bring up in this live stream for many reasons. Okay? But it's other personal stuff. Okay? What's up, Joyce Ashley? Welcome, welcome. 215 likes? Nice. We're almost up to 300 likes. So, yeah, we're getting new data. Also, they did
By
find...
the way,
They did find hurricane force winds too on the southwestern side.
yes, and you can see the eye wall now from the Key West radar.
Key West. Key West. Okay, yes.
Looks like it's going to move over really far western Cuba.
Oh, really? Because on
Yeah.
satellite, it's different.
You can look at radar. I
Ooh, yes. There it is. There it is. No velocities on this. Darn it. Let's see how far that eye is. Still has 70 miles to work with, Justin.
Yeah, and as we saw with Fiona before it got to Hispaniola, I was actually on a call with David when this occurred. Storms can really rapidly intensify just moments before landfall, and they tend to actually do that. So don't be surprised if this gets to major hurricane status before hitting Cuba.
Wow. This is... Look at the eye is pumping. Look at this. The eye is pumping you all.
Okay, so Zephyr Hills. It's not looking good for you. You're going to get the same effects that Tampa's going to get, which is going to be a heavy rain, severe wind, and flooding because you do have some rivers over there.
Oh, this is actually moving northwest again, Justin.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, it's moving northwest. Yep.
and as that vertical hot tower rotates around the eye, it's increasing subsidence in the eye, so the eye is really rapidly clearing out again.
Gosh. Wow, that convection. Woo! Boy. Yeah, look at that eye now, Justin. Very, very evident.
Yep.
Wow, that eye is clearing. It's probably a wobble. Yep. Maybe it's Tyler Base is wobbling. I am surprised the Dover technique has not picked this up really well. It's saying MWI.
Okay, so David, we got some river flood warnings already for Lake County, Polk County, and Volusia County.
Oh, all right. Sorry to interrupt. 3 minutes until the next advisory.
And I do have IAM bought up, so I can let you know when it does come out.
Oh, sweet. All right, so before it comes out, and Justin, hold that. If it comes out, just hold on. I want people to guess really quickly. How strong do you think this will be in the next advisory in 3 minutes?
Can you make a poll?
Yeah.
Perfect.
How strong in
One game.
the next advisory? All right, here. I made a poll. Quick poll. Let's see what we get. Answer the poll, folks. Answer the poll, please.
So, David,
Hurry.
Hurry. Do it. Come on. 14 votes. Let's go.
so while they're doing that, David, I'm going to read the counties that are under a mandatory and voluntary evacuations. The mandatories are Hillsborough, Pinellas, Manatee County, Sarasota County, Pasco County, if you live in Zone A, or if you're in a mobile home park or an RV. Hernando County is doing voluntary evacuation orders. Those are the counties that are doing evacuations right now.
It's 105.
It is 105.
Are you serious? They are not going to pull a major hurricane yet.
Understandable. However, we'll see if it can get to that before it hits.
Well, they're not going to do it in an amended update, will they?
No, but we'll know if it gets to major hurricane status. That's all that matters.
Okay.
They do keep the peak intensity at 140 miles per hour in 24 hours.
Oh, boy. Wow. Let's read on why they did not do that. So let me read the discussion. New products. We will look over this. Okay. So why do I always say Ian? Ian continues to become much better organized on satellite images with intense deep convection in its central dense overcast and numerous surrounding banding features. They even say there's an eye on here. The overall cloud pattern is quite symmetric with a well-defined upper-level outflow. Observations from both the Air Force and NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that the central pressure is falling and the intensity is increased to 90 knots based on a recently reported SFMR, a flight level wind of 101 knots from the Air Force plane. This is also in agreement with a subjective Doverick satellite estimate from SAB. Aside from its relatively brief time passing over western Cuba, Ian is will be moving over warm waters of very high upper ocean heat content during the next couple of days. The various rapid intensification RI indexes show a significant probability of rapid intensification that is going to be getting underway. This is reflected in the short-term official intensity forecast. However, the ship's guidance, which is based on global model predictions, indicates that a significant increase in southwesterly shear and a substantially drying of the low to mid-level air will begin in 24 to 36 hours. The NHC forecast, like the previous one, shows strengthening to Category 4 intensity in a day or so, followed by gradual weakening. However, Ian is still expected to be a very powerful major hurricane when it reaches the Florida West Coast. The official intensity forecast is near or above the latest simple and corrected multi-model consensus predictions. Ian continues its north-northwestward trek at about 11 knots. The hurricane is expected to move northwestward or northward over the southeastern Gulf of Mexico during the next day or so, along the western periphery of a subtropical ridge. After around 36 hours, the track forecast becomes very uncertain, since there is considerable divergence of the track among the models in a 2 to 3 day time frame. The guidance shows considerable slowing of the forward speed due to a weakening in the overall steering pattern when Ian approaches the west coast of Florida. This slower and forward speed is likely to prolong the storm surge, wind, and intense rainfall impacts, especially along the west coast of Florida. The official track forecast is adjusted slightly to the east of the previous one, and the prediction is based on the latest multi-model consensus aid and the TVCN. Okay, key messages. That's where we go to this. So here's your... Okay, this didn't update. This did not update yet. So I will just read the provided key messages here instead. Life-threatening storm surge, hurricane force winds, flash floods, and possible mudslides are expected in portions of the western Cuba beginning overnight and continuing into Tuesday. Devastating wind damage is also possible where the core of Ian moves across the western Cuba. Efforts to protect life and property should be rushed to completion, which is already too late because it's already hurricane force winds are arriving onto that area right now. There is a danger of life-threatening storm surge along such of the Florida West Coast where a storm surge warning has been issued, with the highest risk from Fort Myers to Tampa Bay region. Residents in these areas need to listen to advice given by local officials. Hurricane force winds are anticipated in the hurricane warning area in central Florida beginning Wednesday morning, with tropical storm conditions expected by late Tuesday. Heavy rainfall will spread across the western Cuba through Tuesday. This will likely lead to instances of enhanced flash flooding potential and possible mudslides in areas of higher terrain over western Cuba. Heavy rainfall will increase across the Florida Keys, south of Florida Tuesday, spreading into the central and northern Florida Wednesday and Thursday, and the southeast by Friday and Saturday, potentially causing flash and urban and small stream flooding. Considerable flooding, including significant prolonged river flooding, is likely across central Florida. Due to the fact that we see this evolve so quickly, I have went ahead, folks, and upped my intensity to now 130 miles an hour. I am now calling for this to become a Category 4 hurricane. So just to let you all know, I have upped my intensity from the last one in accordance to the models and the NHC. So if we go back to the how strong this is going to get, let's kind of look this over really quickly. Right down here from Potch. The initial intensity is 105. We just discussed about that from as what Justin said also. 120 miles an hour is expected by the 12Z morning time in 24 hours. By 0Z, we're expecting a Category 4. Still a major hurricane right on top of Florida potentially. Right on top of the coast. Because in 48 hours, if we go back to here, so right here, we have a major hurricane. If we want to look at this even in more depth, let's go to Zoom Earth. We can better look at this. And we have a major hurricane very close to the coast of Florida. Let me kind of clear this out. So if you're right along St. Petersburg, Sarasota, this is going to be the positioning or the location, the point forecast is about 37 miles, perhaps even 30 miles away from Sarasota. So hurricane force winds are likely, depending on how far out those hurricane force winds are at the time, probably about 60-ish miles. So yeah, hurricane force wind gusts are a sure bet in this area. And right now, the cone puts us right on top of Tampa, nearly, not the cone, well, the exact track that is, with 110 mile an hour winds over St. Petersburg. Might even be right in between that because we have 120, probably even 115 miles an hour right before landfall, that is, on the St. Pete Beach, Treasure Island. So think about this. And Fancy kind of told me this this morning, if the eye passes right here, so let's use Google Earth. Let's just blow that up. So if we go right here, not that, here is Tampa Bay. All right, so say if the center moves right about here, this is the forecast from the NHC, by the way. So if we go out, so somewhere right in the ballpark this is where the center would likely be. Actually, you know what? I think it goes right here. It won't matter. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, it's like something like this. So if the center moves right over here, you're going to have storm surge that is very significant. Fancy Hippie, a meteorologist, was saying this is like a bathtub here. Bathtub effect. You get all this water that piles up over here on the Tampa coast. So when you get winds that come onshore like this on the right front quadrant, you're going to get pile up of storm surge. All this water from the Gulf of Mexico is just going to pile up in here. It's just going to be a flood, like the whole thing is going to flood and swell. So like areas like Tampa, like areas that live right along here, the Tampa Bay is going to have serious storm surge. And also some high surf because you got the wind waves that are going to penetrate this area. So we have a lot of people that live in this area. And so substantial storm surge is looking very likely. Could even exceed 10 feet in this area. Yeah, I said that. 10 feet. Could be higher than that. Okay? Because you're talking about a major hurricane. And let's just kind of put the worst case scenario. And Justin could agree with me on this one. If this storm is able to alleviate any of the shear that penetrates it, let's just say that the outflow is a little stronger and it's able to kind of shove away some of the shear and some of the dry air, then we could be looking at even a stronger system at landfall than what's indicated. So I want you all to not focus on the exact track as this is going to change. I mean, this cone right here, by the way, folks, is pretty significant. So it won't really matter at this point on how strong it's going to get. It doesn't matter. All that matters is it's a major hurricane very close to landfall, if that makes sense. This is a spread guidance. And Justin, this is for you. 160 miles right before it makes landfall. In about 2 days, Justin.
Yeah, and they're not only saying it could be a major near landfall. This is the first outlook in the past few days that has actually explicitly forecasted a major hurricane at landfall. They are now explicitly saying that this will be a major hurricane when it landfalls near Tampa.
Oh, so, okay, 115 mile an hour system at landfall, they're saying?
Yeah, 115.
Okay, so because their point thing says 110.
Yeah, but they're in their discussion, they said, and I quote, hold on, let me
I need
pull
to
up.
see this.
In their discussion, they said the National Hurricane Center forecast, like the previous one, shows strengthening into a Category 4 intensity in a day or so, followed by gradual weakening. However, Ian is still expected to be a major hurricane when it reaches the Florida West Coast.
When it reaches. Okay, I didn't.
As in, when it gets there.
Oh my gosh. So we're talking about a major hurricane at landfall, folks.
Now, this could change. It could shift north, south. It could weaken. It could strengthen. But yeah, they are now forecasting a major hurricane at landfall.
And I will be live streaming on this. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be able to live stream. Man, I hope I'm home in time. I have a doctor's appointment on Wednesday. I hope I can be home in time to do a live stream on this when it makes landfall.
It was right through the Tampa metro. I mean, wow, it could not be more of a direct hit.
That is very, very bad, folks. This is not a forecast you want to see at all. Major hurricane at landfall, Category 3. Okay, and this is where it is at right now. You know what? The news center... No, Justin, the news center right now, based on the NHC's extrapolated data, shows it's still... Oh, okay, it is 70 miles. Never mind. Okay, it seemed further than that. Okay, it's like 70 miles still. So, it moves at 15 miles an hour. So, 15, 30, 45, 60. So, in another 4 hours.
To make matters even worse, when it's landfalling in Tampa, they actually forecast it to slow down to 5 miles per hour.
Are you serious?
I am not kidding.
Oh, gosh. Oh, man. I'm not going to say it, but I hope you all know what I'm thinking right now. Guess the hurricane what I'm thinking of right now. Justin probably knows.
I know a lot of hurricanes that slowed down before landfall and did some very bad things.
Because if I say
we're
it,
not trying to scare you. Again, we are not trying to scare you. We're just relaying what the National Hurricane Center put in their new advisory. We are telling you exactly what they said.
Yes. You could read it for yourself. I mean, we're not trying to scare you, but it is very hard to not scare you when we're dealing with a major hurricane at landfall. And this is the products that we're looking at right now. Okay? We are talking about a 100% chance, that's solid over Tampa, of tropical storm force winds as early as 8 in the morning on Wednesday. All right, this is the latest update from the NHC as of 11 o'clock on their products. There's your tropical storm force wind chances there. So, yeah, a 90% chance even inland of Florida. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal. Yup, Timmy Grow says, I'm concerned of Florida, version of Harvey. Yup. I'm scared of saying the name Harvey because
it was so bad.
It was so bad. Mm-hmm.
It was terrible. Yeah.
I don't think it will be that bad like Harvey, but it's gonna be a contest between the two. So Hopefully not, yeah. So Tampa now has a 60% chance of hurricane force winds. Right off the coast, there's a 70% chance of hurricane force winds. And again, we just looked over the key messages. You can find this on the hurricane.gov website. Just simply go to nhc.noaa.gov where you can find this information. All the products you need are essential. Rainfall totals have not updated since the 2 o'clock advisory. I hope they update this soon because rainfall totals look pretty phenomenal, look pretty substantial. Okay, storm surge Storm surge is still projected to be about 5 to 8 to 10 feet in the Tampa metro area, Eaglewood, Bonita Beach. Again, there's your storm surge map. Again, you can find more of these products via the National Hurricane Center. All right. Again, this is above ground level. Okay, water heights. This includes high tide. Okay, if your high tide is projected to be a little higher, and the timing is wrong, then these storm surge values could go up to 15 feet perhaps. Could get close to that, depending on exactly how intense the system's going to be. Yeah, I said 15 feet, Justin, and I don't...
I don't disagree.
Yeah. I mean, 10 feet is a sure bet, I'm sure, in these areas, but an isolated location could have storm surge as high as maybe 15 feet. Possibly. All right. I mean, that's very bad. Very, very bad. The GFS, we don't have any new update from that, nor do we have a new update from the European model, except that Justin's going to say this. It's going to be a major hurricane, Justin.
I believe so.
We already know that. It's already in the modeling. Let's see if we got a new icon update. Yes, we do. New icon update. Let's see. 944 millibars, Justin.
Wow, that's stronger than last run.
And it's offshore. And it's a little slower.
The icon is an outlier. It takes it into the Atlantic and then re-strengthens it and then takes it into South Carolina. I'm not so sure about that solution. It's a possibility, but it's definitely an outlier for now.
Yeah, if that happens, oh, wow, that rain over Central Florida. Whew. Wow. That is, instead of saying blowtorch weather, it's blowtorch rain.
And David, I'm actually confused. If you look at the Weather Prediction Center rainfall forecast, they have this big moderate risk with a circle of slight risk.
Yeah, I know. I see that.
Like, I'm very confused on why that's there, but
I don't know. All right, so the European model, again, winds maybe 106. And yeah, you know what? You know what concerns me about this too, Justin? Look at the European model, 116 at landfall. So that kind of just says it there, a major hurricane at landfall.
Yeah. It's a concern.
Let me see the...
Tampa Bay has only been hit by one major hurricane ever, and that was 101 years ago.
Are you... Oh, wow.
So this could be pretty big. It has to hit Tampa Bay for that to occur, but it could. Right now it's forecast to, so we'll see.
I'm being a little sarcastic, Candy. I mean blowtorch as in like you're gonna get so much rain. It's just gonna be a blowtorch of water coming out of a torch, squirting water out at such heavy speeds. I mean, you know what, Justin? Also, to change the topic there, Candy. Look at this. This system stalls on the GFS. Now that I look at it, it is not moving. Barely
and
moving.
that would bring insane amounts of rainfall too.
Oh,
on top of the storm surge, on top of the high tide, on top of the wind, it would bring extreme amounts of rainfall.
Oh, this is... I hope Recon flies in there again, please.
They're doing one more pass, I'm pretty sure. They turned back towards it.
They did?
Yeah.
Did they make a U-turn or are they going east?
They just made a turn away from Lakeland, which means they're not going back to Lakeland. And I'd assume they're going into the storm again.
Okay. Wow, Justin. Look at this eye now. Really clear.
Yeah, there's actually pixels of no convection now.
There's pixels of
Just
no convection.
meaning like pixels of no blue, no green, no orange, no cloud tops.
Yeah, cloud tops are 0 degrees now. So yeah, that's an eye. Very definitive eye. So yeah, this is a look at that right now. The eye is completely closed as well. You can see it here. Clearly with all the rain on Doppler radar. Clearly not open at all. So, yep. What's up, Jules? How are you? I live on the West Coast. Yeah, the eye is definitely there. That is clearly an eye. That's why I think it should be almost a major hurricane. But at the same time, now that we read the NHC, it kind of shouldn't be. Oh, we hit 300 likes? Nice.
Also 520 people watching the stream.
520? Oh boy, I am popular. Well, I'm streaming again tomorrow night, and I am streaming again Wednesday night, because Wednesday, hopefully afternoon, right when I get... Wow, what?
The eye has now gone from 18 nautical miles to, get this, 32 nautical miles wide.
Oh, 32.
That is a big eye.
Oh my goodness. Where is this from?
Once again, the vortex data message.
Oh wow. Yes. That is a big eye. That is a huge eye. That is... Yeah, wow. So, big eye, and it's closed. So, this could be... the question here is, Justin, the eye is so big, could it be resilient against any of the dry air or shear? Because we know small hurricanes are very fragile versus big hurricanes. I'm really curious about that.
A bigger hurricane can withstand more of a hostile environment. However, usually they don't intensify as quickly as like a hurricane with a smaller core.
Oh, true. Okay. Wow. So what does that mean if it's closed? Well, an eye that is closed usually means that it's able to intensify faster. And Justin, you could probably better explain this in a way, because you're good at explaining stuff.
Yeah, so the eye wall is closed. That means that there is a full ring of convection surrounding the eye. The eye, there's two different things. The eye, which is open, and there's the eye wall, which is closed. Usually if one is open, the other one's closed, vice versa. But if the eye wall's closed, that can set the stage for more rapid intensification. The whole day today, the eye wall was open to the west, and that's really the reason it didn't intensify as quickly as it could have. And that was mainly due to some dry air, which it has now successfully vented out of the system, so it can now resume rapid intensification.
Hopefully that answers your question. From Justin G. Our hurricane severe fire super expert, I can say. Weather United, thanks for explaining this, because there is so much to learn about these hurricanes. Yes, there is. There's a ton. I'm still learning about this, believe it or not. Justin is still learning about this, believe it or not. We all are
There's
learning.
always more to learn.
Always more. And you know what I like about tracking hurricanes? What went right and what went wrong. What made it not intensify very quickly today? Well, what went wrong was a dry air, as what Justin said, was infiltrating into the inner core. So we could learn from this and better predict overall what may happen if the next storm develops. So what's the latest track? So the NHC shows this, okay? So actually, you know what? Let me bring this up on here. This is a pretty good way to look at it. Let me turn off satellite if I can. There we go. So this is the latest NHC forecast. So I'm going to walk this through step by step so you all can just understand with what's going on here. So in western Cuba, it's going to arrive there. It's going to cross and get off of Cuba by 5 in the morning as a 120 mile an hour system. Because assuming if it's already at about 100, okay, hold on. Yeah, assuming that it's already 105, it might be 115 miles an hour at landfall, and it might intensify a little bit more when it moves off. But then all about this, 120 to 140 miles an hour by the time it crosses here by 5 p.m. on Tuesday. It is spending its time over the waters from 5 a.m. Tuesday all the way until for about almost 2 days over the ocean waters. So there's more than plenty of time for this to really further intensify into a hurricane. So going forward here, looking at the people, or looking at where people live here for Thursday morning, 110 mile an hour system over St. Petersburg, over St. Peter's Beach, okay, Treasure Island, and me and Justin explicitly told you it's going to be a major hurricane likely when it makes landfall near Tampa Bay, or where the Bay of Tampa is, near Seminole, near Indian Rocks Beach, as a major hurricane. Can't not zoom this in any further. This is the closest I can get in, but you can see where this is headed, right? So we're talking about a major hurricane at landfall. And then eventually getting over Gainesville or near Gainesville as probably a strong tropical storm with 60, 70 mile an hour winds before it weakens down to a tropical depression over southern Georgia by 5 p.m. on Friday, and then continuing along its track all the way until it gets into the South Carolina region by Saturday afternoon at 30 miles an hour. But this is going to be a very, very devastating event. And like Justin said, we're not here to scare you all. And Justin, you emphasize that clearly, all right?
Yes.
We're not here to scare you all. We're here to make sure you're ready for the worst, because maybe we don't know what the potential of this hurricane is. We only know that it might, or that it could reach 140 miles an hour. That makes sense. This could go up 145. It might go up to 135. It may go up to 155. Anything is possible, right? Remember Harvey? Harvey was only... How far was Harvey off the coast, Justin, when that thing rapidly intensified?
Very close to the coast. It rapidly intensified in its last few hours, really.
So you can really get an idea. Things could change in a nickel of a dime. Not saying that this will happen with Ian, but you always gotta look at the potential here of what may happen. A forecast does not mean the guarantee. It's a forecast. I can forecast Justin going to bed tonight at 11:35. But does that mean he's going to bed at 11:35? Not necessarily. Okay, so I want to make my point clear that based on the forecast, we're going to do what we can to make sure you are prepared. And yes, I will be live tomorrow afternoon at about the same time, as well as on Wednesday afternoon when I get home from the doctor's, because I'm going to the doctor on Wednesday just for a general checkup. So that's done hopefully by 3:30 or 4 o'clock. And I'm hoping to go live then at 5 o'clock right before this makes landfall. Okay, what do the models look like? So I'm going to use this for a better perspective since this is going to make landfall in the Tampa area. Let's go to Tampa on Weather Bell. So if we look at the GFS model, we can see, actually, you know what? Let's do this too. Let's do this so you all can see the screen. So of course, just to reiterate, winds on this are going to increase. So if we go back here to, let's go to 3 p.m., you can see easterly winds here coming offshore, so no worries about storm surge or anything. Winds anywhere between 15 to 20 miles an hour. And then, of course, winds by early Wednesday morning, so about, say, 3 in the morning, you're going to have winds between 20 to 30 miles an hour. And then those winds pick up even further. Look at this. Winds could be on the order by Wednesday about 12 o'clock Eastern time, between 40 to 50 mile an hour sustained winds. And then those winds could increase even further where we do have the potential for hurricane force winds here. And take note, the storm surge here is moving offshore. The water is moving out of the Bay of Tampa. Do not take this into account like, oh, so the eye is not going to bring storm surge into our area. It's only one model, folks. One model. Okay, you can't decide on what to do with one model because look at, after this rolls on through, tropical storm force winds here of 50 to 60 miles an hour will carry water onshore on the back side of this. Now, again, if the track of this is literally, I mean, if the difference is like in a margin, like this, versus like this, that's going to make a huge difference for Tampa Bay because if your eye is here and it's like at 120 miles an hour potentially, you're going to have much more bigger storm surge pushing water into Tampa Bay versus if it's offshore, you get easterly winds blowing that that storm surge away and then piling it up over here to the south of Tampa, south of Sarasota. And then going forward, of course, this will fall apart and weaken and the winds back off, but not entirely. Still 15 to 20 mile an hour winds in the backside of this. The European model has a similar solution and wants all offshore flow. So again, do not reverse your preparations. Do not. Still prepare for maybe 10 foot of storm surge. Because, again, if the models trend back offshore, then this eye is over here. It moves like this. You're going to get storm surge on Tampa, okay? And flooding, you're already going to get flooding with this because this is going to be a very powerful system. Let's go to here and look at the icon. Icon's similar story because it kind of copies the European model with offshore flow still. Northerly, but don't let that fool you because look at how much rainfall Tampa could end up getting. I wish I can get a little further closer to this. But right in the Tampa area, possibly as much as 8 to 12 inches. In this narrow corridor right here, there could be as much as maybe 15 to 20 inches of rainfall. Yeah, quite a bit. That will be enough to cause catastrophic flooding, storm surge, river flooding, small stream flooding. It's a disaster. That's why the National Hurricane Center explicitly says mudslides, flooding, not mudslides on Florida, but catastrophic flooding, urban flooding, small stream flooding, storm surge. It's not looking good. The storm surge, hope that it gets strong enough. We need that storm surge to really pick up quickly on this. Because if it doesn't, it's going to be much worse. It will be more devastating. I can just point that out right now. It will be worse because the system may be able to intensify a little more, a little longer than what's explicitly shown on the models. The models are like kind of a guidance. You'll hear me talk about that when we talk about these systems in my videos. Model guidance. Model guidance. Okay? One model is not going to determine your decision, right? Because we got to look at the ensembles. We got to look at different model runs. Like, you can see a good example is, look at the difference here. I mean, this is a 4-day forecast. Look at this, Justin. Look at where the system was going to be at 9/27, missing Florida completely. Oh, it's going to miss Florida. Good. Not. Just in those couple of days, that has been a huge change. A big shift to the east. Excuse me. So I want to make that clear with you all. Okay? I'm here to relay the information that I get for you. And I extrapolate it. I preach it out to make sure you all have the necessity, tools you have to make an evacuation safer than sane. Because I could only do so much. The NHC could only do so much. The local weather offices, your local officials could only do so much. So, we're going to wait for one more pass. I believe this will be the last pass through the center, and we'll see with what they get, folks. So, hang on tight. This is going to be a little bit. And then we will call it a night. And then I will be back tomorrow with a video in the morning. And then a live stream in the afternoon like I did today. With the latest impacts. We'll start exactly at the same time at 4:30. And we will go over the same thing again. Latest products, latest updates. All right. Any questions? Any questions? David Keel. I love your last name. I love your last name, David Keel. So any questions you want to ask me or Justin? Justin is here by my side helping me to answer questions that you might have. Okay? And I want you all to understand too, I'm not here to hype. I'm not here to scare. I'm not here to do any of that on Weather United. Okay? Justin, you could even agree with me on that. Okay? We're going to extrapolate the data how it's supposed to be extrapolated. All right? Because, yeah. Will it be like...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And a question is saying this. Will it be like Irma 2017?
No.
No, it's not. Water in the Gulf is very warm and untouched all season so far. Oh, yeah. Look at the eye. It looks like it's deviating to the west. Oh, boy.
Actually, new satellite imagery, the CDO is rapidly cooling. The eye is becoming symmetrical. We are likely going to see some really rapid intensification before landfall in Cuba tonight.
I don't... Oh, gosh, yes. That CDO is cooling. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Can I trust FDEM data? I've never heard of FDEM data. Um, what does he mean by that, Justin?
I have
FD.
no idea what FDEM data is.
Um,
Why is it bad if a hurricane's moving at 5 miles per hour at landfall? David, I think you can answer that one.
yeah. So why is it a bad thing when the hurricane moves at 5 miles an hour towards land? Well, it will one prolong your impacts. So think about a hurricane moving at 40 miles an hour. Just let's pretend a hurricane's moving at 45, maybe 50 miles an hour. Your impacts are going to be very intense, but much shorter than if system's moving at 5 miles an hour. Think about it. You could walk or walk fast on a treadmill or on the ground at 5 miles an hour. And you could outrun this. You could literally, if the system were ordered to remain at 5 miles an hour, you could go from one side of the eye to the other side of the eye if you could walk quick enough. It'd be very hard to do so, but it's possible. Versus if a system's moving faster, your impacts will last a lot longer. They would be much more intense because they would last a lot longer. Okay.
Yeah, the treadmill is a good analogy. Think of it like if you're walking at 5 miles per hour on a treadmill for 3 hours versus if you're running at 15 miles per hour for 30 seconds. Which one is going to leave you more tired at the end? Which one is going to cause more pain to you?
Exactly. All right. So why would the acronym you mentioned cooling be a bad thing? Well, when the cloud tops cool, the convection is more intense. The more intense convection you get, well, let's put this into simple words. You get the air that is evacuating out of the storm. You get outflow in the anticyclonic positioning around the cyclone. So you get something that looks like this, right? So I drew that up really well. So the colder the cloud tops, the more intense convection there is. The air has to go somewhere. So it spreads out, it sinks as it spreads out, and it goes down, and then the cycle repeats itself. As slow-moving hurricanes are a very bad thing. I'm in the Carolinas and hoping my plans for this weekend aren't canceled. Hopefully your plans for this weekend aren't canceled. You're in the Carolinas, depending on where this moves, yeah.
Unless it takes a really far eastern track, Carolina should not be impacted too significantly.
Yeah.
If they're impacted at all.
So convection equals cooler cloud tops. Yes, Amber. Yes. So actually, Justin, you could explain this. Basically, actually, you don't need to. No, I think we covered that. So the colder cloud top essentially means there's deeper convection. That's all we're gonna say. And that cloud cover has to go out. That's why when you get deeper convection, these hurricanes are able to intensify faster. Can you go to the zoomed in forecast path page again? You can see the I deviation to the west from the expected path. Yeah, it's moving a little further.
I'd also like to mention the new GFS is likely running a little too weak. It initialized 15 millibars weak. It initialized at 977 millibars instead of 962.
Are you freaking serious?
I am very serious.
Oh, why is the GFS doing this?
I have no idea.
Oh, it's a lot weaker. It's 11 millibars weaker.
Yeah, I mean, it initialized 15 millibars too weak, so this run should basically be thrown out the window in terms of intensity. Track, by the way, you can follow it, but intensity, no.
I was looking at that too. Okay, yeah. Can you please clarify FDEM division? Oh, yeah. Okay. and can be trusted as... Yeah. See, can you read Mrs. Cookie, please? MS Cookie, please? Justin, I don't know what the
Florida
person...
Division of Emergency Management. I'm assuming that sounds. I'm gonna be honest. Like I haven't looked at it, so I can't say yes or no. But if it's an official government website, they should be credible, and you should be able to follow what they say.
All right. What results with the air falling? Does it cause more rain? Air, wow, that's a tricky question. So, the air is not falling. When it rains, it's because, well, the air... This is a hard one, Justin. This person, Rebecca, said, what results with the air falling? Does it cause more rain? Because it could also cause sinking. Sinking means warming.
Yeah, I don't know what they mean by the air falling. They'd have to be more specific with what they mean by that.
Yeah. Caden Youngquist, do you think the Euro provides better models? I think so. You clearly see that the GFS has a 966 millibar, when in reality, it's stronger than that right now. Wouldn't surprise me if next update they bump it between 115 to 125. Oh, of course, Michael. How are you doing, Michael Guerrero? I have not talked to you on Discord in forever. I know you're in the Sacramento area. I hope you're doing great. Why did Ian not intensify as much when it was near Jamaica? Because of the sheer and dry air. See, the thing with tropical systems you all have to understand is when it moves out of a very deep layer sheared environment for so long and the centers are well misaligned, it takes time for the low level and the mid level centers to better align themselves. And it's kind of like a gear, right? Like if your car is stuck in a gear, you can't go or something, right? You have problems. So you have to put it into the drive or into the reverse to have the car move, in other words. So when the system was stuck where it was, and so when the two vortexes get stacked, what we call vertical stacking, that's when you get a system that really explosively intensifies if the conditions are right enough. What causes a barometric pressure to drop in a hurricane? Well, you get rising motion in the eye wall. So the eye wall, think of the eye wall as like a cylinder, in other words, in a way. So the air is doing this in the eye wall. It's going up. It's like this. It's a big old fat thermal, in other words. Huge thermal. A thermal you do not even want to fly your hang glider in. Okay? And it goes up like this. The air rotates. And so when that air rises and rotates, the air pressure in the middle of the system actually drops. Even so, the air is sinking in the middle of the hurricane. It's also going up on the sides of the eye wall and out via the outflow. That's why an outflow, like I just got done saying, in a hurricane is very important. Because when you get an outflow, the system is breathing. It's like, you know? David, are you going to send you Discord server link? No. And I can't explain why, because then my staff team will hear about this, but Justin knows what we're going to do and everything. But Justin, don't disclose it. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. But I am not promoting my David Schlotthauer or my Weather Mansion Discord server anymore. Just so you know. Also, Justin. I'm not promoting Weather Mansion anymore for many reasons. I'm sure you know.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So next advisory is at 2 a.m. Yes, but I am not staying up until 2 a.m. or I'm not staying up until 11 at night because I need to get some sleep. I did not sleep last night because I was so worried and so concerned about this hurricane. I mean, I was just thinking, man, what is this hurricane like? What does it look like? What does it look like right now? What do the models show? I just couldn't sleep. I could not sleep very well. And I probably won't sleep at all tonight either. I'll probably lay in bed, but I'll just toss and turn. Because
So this new, sorry, go ahead.
I'm very concerned about this. That's why I won't sleep very well tonight. Okay.
The new GFS run is a decent bit weaker. But
Okay.
it does make sense though, considering it initialized way too weak. But it's basically the same track. It stalls off of Tampa. So
It's a little closer to Tampa.
yeah, it actually is closer to land. So even worse.
Oh, shoot.
Not good.
Yeah. Tampa Airport will suspend flights starting 5 p.m. tomorrow. Yep. Why is the left side of the storm dissipating a bit? Ooh, good question. Justin, do you notice this left side of the storm dissipating?
I don't.
I don't know what they're looking at.
Might be talking about it being weighted more on the eastern side. There's a lot of reasons for that. Number one, you have a bit of dry air on the western side. Number two, there's a lot more outflow channels and banding on the eastern side. But the CDO for now looks pretty symmetrical. I don't think it's waning at all. If anything, it's actually expanding. So
Yes. Euro run. The latest Euro run has us at 954. But again, how can I explain this well, Justin? All I can say is do not just look at one run and be like, oh, it's weaker on the GFS. It's not going to be that strong, David. Oh, it's consistently weaker on most of the models now. It's not going to be that big of a deal. You do not... You got to understand. Listen to the National Hurricane Center. Okay? They're calling for a major hurricane right before landfall or at landfall. Okay? Use our hurricane models and do it that way. Because global models do not see it as well as a high resolution models like the HWRF HMON model. Okay? It's kind of like looking... for an example, pretend I'm looking at Caden Youngquist, and I make my vision really blurry. I can still see him, but it's hard to get detail. Versus, oh, hey, Caden, I can see you really well when I look at him closer, right? Because I can see all the detail. So in other words, a little analogy here is the GFS model is not a hurricane model. The European model is not a hurricane model. The Icon and the Canadian are not hurricane models. Please
definitely not hurricane model.
No. I mean,
Yeah,
look at the Canadian model. Speaking of that, look at this. 975 millibars way off the coast of Florida. I mean, this is not even a major hurricane. You can't just...
And it goes the other way. It goes the other way, too. The NAM 3 kilometer, also not a hurricane model.
No.
We're not...
no. Absolutely.
Yeah, like...
I mean, literally, the NAM is showing a 905 because if you... I'm not trying to make you guys upset here at all, but if you're going to base your prediction or your preparations based off of one model, I'm sorry. You got to rethink and look at all of the models, the ensembles. Things are free these days, folks. Things are free. Let's go to Weather Nerds. I can pull up right now the latest ECMWF ensemble. The 18Z. That got done rendering. 144 hours out. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is free. This is free for the public. Zoom in. You have your ensembles. and you have to base off of, okay, well, if they're tightly clustered, then it's, and they're strong, maybe it's going to be that way. That's why I show this in a video. I show a lot of the ensemble stuff, because I want my forecasts to be reliable, accurate, and informative. Yeah, do not. I agree with you, Noah. Do not use the NAM at 3 km. If you do, I don't know what to think of. I just don't know what to think of. Maybe you need to get some more education on. I'm sure you know a lot about the tropics, but I'm not trying to be rude. But maybe learn about the models a little bit more. Cape Naples still get a landfall. Naples, Florida. Maples, Florida. No, I'm just kidding. It's not Maples. Naples, Florida. So can Naples, Florida still get a landfall? It is very possible. If the models still continue to trend further east, maybe. But right now, no. The landfall will be to your north. The landfall is projected over Clearwater and Tampa at this time from the NHC, which has it like that. But still, you're going to get impacts in Naples, Florida. That's why you're under a storm surge warning. You're under a storm surge warning for a reason. Maurice, yeah, I don't even think a 925 millibar system, Michael.
This thing's really starting to look like a major hurricane.
Let me see now. Oh my, yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So the new GFS from hour 54 to hour 78 is over the same place. Right over Tampa Bay.
It is. Oh gosh, it stalls. It completely stalls.
Totally stalls.
Oh, that is very bad. Oh my goodness. Look at 44 inches of rainfall on the GFS model.
What?
Yeah, what?
What?
I mean,
that's crazy. Yeah, wow.
That is, do you see that?
I don't know about that one.
Woo! That is.
Yeah, that's.
I do not agree with that, but wow. If that happens, that would be 4 feet of rainfall. 4 feet of rainfall.
That would be absolutely disastrous. But I do not. I don't know about that one for now.
I don't believe this. GFS. I'm not gonna tell you all what the GFS stands for, but it's go beep beep. You know what I mean. I don't want to cuss on stream because I don't want me to get in trouble via YouTube. But it's go beep beep kind of thing. It's 2 bad words. I mean, yeah. Big old fat X on this thing. There ain't gonna be 44 inches of rain. No way. No way. That is not possible. And if it does happen, oh, I hope everybody's prepared for that, because it won't be the wind to really worry about. I care little about the wind, and I care more about the storm surge and flooding and heavy rainfall.
Yeah, the wind actually could be the least impactful hazard of all of this. I mean, though the wind impacts or like it causes the storm surge. Without the wind, you can't get the storm surge. The rainfall alone is going to be significant with this.
Yeah. European model has still 2 feet of rain. I disagree with that too. But again, a possibility, the realms of possibilities. And Victor C. Fogg, you're saying we use incorrect models? Wow. Then you don't need to get prepared.
David,
Yes?
I believe we're going to have a major hurricane at the next advisory.
What's going on? What made this change so fast?
100 knot winds, 961 millibars
Wait,
on recon.
they didn't even get the exact center yet either. It's probably 959 millibars. Yeah, this...
We will. Oh, that's not even the northeast quadrant. Yeah, we very well could have a major hurricane at the next advisory, guys.
Let's wait for it. Let's wait. We're waiting. Oh, and look it. It looks like it made a north westerly jog.
Yeah, Victor, we agree not to read into the models, and that's why we are specifically telling people not to read into the models.
I mean, but the overall picture is, I want to ask you guys this question. What do the models tell us right now? What's going to happen? I want you guys to see if you guys understand with what I'm talking about, because like Victor C. Fogg is like, you're reading more into the models. Well, then we're not making a good forecast. Then I can say, oh, it's not going to be a big deal at all. You got to look at models. You just can't ignore them and be like, don't look at the models. Nope.
Right. Exactly.
Then you can't watch the Weather Channel. You cannot watch your local news station, because guess what? They look at the models too. They look at the models.
With that said, yeah, that's not the northeast quadrant yet.
No, it's not.
It would shock me if we don't have a major hurricane at the next advisory.
Let me see what ADT stands for, or not stands for, shows. Oh my gosh, the raw T numbers are almost up to a 6.
Wow.
The raw T numbers are almost up to a 6, and winds are up to 82 knots. Pressure down to 967 millibars.
Is Cuba getting decimated? Cuba will definitely get some impacts. Western Cuba, very far western Cuba. Places like Havana and anything east of that, just some rainfall, maybe some wind, nothing too significant. Far western Cuba could see some big storm surge and some very significant winds in the coming hours.
Yo, what's up, Chase McLean? By the way, if you all are new to the channel and you do like the content, please consider sharing this with your family and friends. It does help out a lot because you guys are very supportive. God bless you all that are able to tune into this stream. We're waiting for one little pass out of the northeastern side, and I think I'll call it a night. Don't go yet. Don't go. We're going to give you the data.
We're going to see this together.
We're going to see this with, let's see how many people are watching. We got 510 people watching. So 510 of you will watch this, or if anyone new is tuning in, maybe 600 people will get to see this as we see it. Will you stream for the next update? I will, Jay. I am streaming tomorrow afternoon right around 4:30. My stream is going to be timed perpendicular with the recon mission. And tomorrow's Tuesday, right? So I have nothing going on. I do have a lot going on Wednesday. So Wednesday's stream might be delayed by 1 or 2 hours, but should be able to make it happen. But tomorrow looks good. Nothing going on for me. Staying home, tracking this, doing Twitter updates, doing Twitter posts. If you want to follow me on Twitter, This is my Twitter page.
And David, I will be completely free tomorrow too if you do need help tonight, like you did.
Yeah, I think if you could be a second help, that would be great, like you did tonight from 4:30 until about 9 o'clock. Because we're going to look over recon. We're going to look at the same stuff that we looked at today. We're going to go into in-depth discussion on where this is at and where this is headed. Because by tomorrow night, we might be dealing with a Category 4. Well, likely a Category 4. More than likely, probably. But there's always that slim chance that it doesn't get to a Category 4 by tomorrow night. I'll be free as well. Awesome, Caden. But yeah, this is... Look at the outflow on this, Justin. This outflow is...
Yeah, it is rapidly organizing.
Wow.
Though it is having some vertical hot towers go up in its eye, which does signal that there is some instability in its eye. You'll need a little bit more of substance. I totally mispronounced that. In the eye, and it'll probably clear out. But right now, there is some instability in the eye, so it's not going to fully clear out quite yet.
Man, that western eye wall is really intense. Cloud tops negative 82 degrees Celsius. So, what models do I look at? I look at the GFS, European Icon, Canadian model. I look at a lot of the high resolution models if necessary, including the Hurricane models. Yeah. I look at a lot. Trust me, I am not stupid at all. People think, you don't know what you're talking about sometimes. I promise you. I know exactly. I've been doing this for over 17 years. Yeah, 17 years at looking at... My first models were actually looking at it on Weather Underground. I remember the GFS model. I believe it or not. The first GFS model that I looked at, the first version when it came out, this would be like a 999 millibar hurricane. Because it was so high resolution. It was literally blurry in its spatial definition that it was so hard to even take note of how strong these hurricanes would be. But with the GFS model getting upgrades, the resolution improving, we're able to better see these systems easily and forecast them.
And it looks like you can tell the future, because we are down to 959 millibars.
Are you serious?
You called that.
I called it. Did I call it? I think, yeah.
You did.
I called it. Oh, wow. Look at the winds on this. 100 knots. Oh, wait. Over 100 knots. Yep, we're down to 959 millibars. 959. Wow. Caden Youngquist, the recon plane, is really indicating a huge pressure drop. Remember, we name planes just like the National Hurricane Center does. Kermit, Gonzo, Miss Piggy, and this Air Force mission is Caden Youngquist, or Caden. So Mr. Caden really picking up some serious wins. Serious wins. It's called the David Schlotthauer Major Hurricane. You're hilarious. It's called the John 54-2E Hurricane. He has a really impressive look. His eye is trying to clear out. He's taking a little while to try to get that eye cleared out, though. Come on,
yeah,
John.
It is.
You're running out of time. You're going to hit Cuba tonight. When is the next advisory on John? 11 o'clock tonight. 11 o'clock. You know what? I am going to put this on Twitter on the recon mission. Wow. Yeah, they're without a doubt, this has got to be a major hurricane. At least a major hurricane. So let me send this out really quickly. This is part of the work, folks. This is part of David Schlotthauer at work. Doing these updates. Even when I'm not on YouTube. That's the fun part about Twitter. Along with a fourth pass into the center by recon indicates Ian is stronger with a central pressure of 959 millibars and winds that are around 115 miles an hour. It's needless to say we may have our second major hurricane of the season. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. Gotta do this. Hurricane Ian. Yeah, here we go. Hurricane Ian. Posted that on my Twitter. So if you guys want to follow me on Twitter, it's just at Weather United 1. And there it is. There's my Twitter. Justin follows me on there. And everything. All right. So it is 9:15 and it is time for me to head off for the night. I will be back tomorrow morning. Be sure you set your alarms. I am going to do another update on this in the morning. Justin, you got to watch my video in the morning, okay? Be sure you set your alarm too. But for everyone, I will be having that upload hopefully out by 6 or 7 in the morning if I can get the heck up out of bed without a problem and present you all new information on Hurricane Ian. But otherwise, I will have a live stream going at 4:30 in the afternoon Pacific Daylight Time. That will be 7:30 Eastern Time, and that will go until about 9:15 or so, maybe 9 o'clock in the evening, my time. So it's going to be another probably 4.5 hour stream. But I love you guys. I care about you all, and we'll be back at it again 2 times of an upload on this beast, hitting Cuba and then hitting Tampa, Florida. Please be safe. Make sure you follow all local officials, local authorities, and know your evacuation zone, because we need people to heed my advice and the NHCs as well as your local weather office. Until next time, thank you for watching. I'll be back with you more tomorrow morning with another video followed by an afternoon live stream. Don't miss it. Peace out. Subscribe, share, and like.